prior to the nomination in 2022. My last certificate as an advocate was for the year 2022. Thereafter, I'm a graduate, therefore, of the Nairobi University Law Faculty. Since then, I have served as an advocate in practice and served in
When I last checked, it was called University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University.
The University of Nairobi. Yes, I had said the university, and I take the correction, the University of Nairobi, where I finished in 1984, and then went to the law school in 1980 up to 1985. I got admitted as an advocate, and therefore, since then, I have had the opportunity to practice both as a state counsel in the Attorney General's office and also as an advocate in practice. I've done a lot of advocacy, human rights defense, and activism, you could call it that. I have served as a member of the Law Society of Kenya, served also as an advocate, as a vice chair for FIDA and other women rights organizations. I have then had the privilege to work as the Member of Parliament for Kandara for 2 terms. I served from 2013 to 2017. Then I got another privilege to serve 2017 to 2022. And then I still got the opportunity to be elected a 3rd term in 2022 August when this government came into place. I got the privilege, as you have rightly said so, to be nominated as a Minister for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation in September 2022, where I served until October, 5th of October 2023. And then I was moved from that ministry by His Excellency the President in the exercise of his mandate to the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. I have served since then until the 11th of July this year, when I was dismissed under Article 152(5)(b). I think I would say that in terms of my competence, I am a team worker. I take a lot of pride in working within the team. I have had the privilege, prior I have talked about advocacy and training and litigation as a litigation lawyer, but within the Ministry of Water, I did various matters, various things in terms of the work, which was new to me that time. And my handover report speaks for itself. It talks about non-revenue, reducing non-revenue, coming up with frameworks for reducing non-revenue water. In water, we also were able to come up with a framework for water purchase agreements to work within the framework of PPP. We did several boreholes, several strategic plans to raise funding to the tune of, by the time I was leaving, we had about a total, including the Kenya budget, we had a total of about 80 billion for water. I was able to understand the mandate very fast, and we raised the water coverage from 65%, the national water coverage from 65% to 72% by the time I was leaving within that short period. And then sanitation from 26% to 32%. Now, in the Ministry of Lands, where I have then served for those other 10 months, now I believe this was my 10th month, we have various programs that are running, and therefore I would say that in terms of the work that I have been doing, and I'm very thankful to His Excellency the President for returning me back by way of this nomination back to the ministry that I have been for the last 10 months. I find that as a confirmation in one way or the other, or expression of confidence that I did my work for those few months properly, and subject to the approval, I'm willing to serve the country in that capacity. There are a lot of challenges in the ministry, but in terms of competence as a lawyer, I do not find myself as a stranger. For example, in the State Department for Lands, where obviously there are matters that I had done before. I was exposed to conveyancing, but I was not exposed to some of the challenges that are there, including fraud, including cartels, including bad practices, which we have, with the support of Parliament, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome. So I'm a team worker, I'm a hard worker, I believe in hard work and honesty, and I have the right aptitude to carry out my duty as a minister.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to fire at you the first question.
Okay, Honorable Wahome, I'd like to ask you this, and because it's one of the questions that most lawyers are asking. There's been the ongoing digitization of land transactions and records to curb corruption. There's been the rollout of Ardhi Sasa, which was having a challenge, and I know that also you had the ministry's strategic plan 2023-2027. Could you tell us what you are already doing in regards to these three areas, but also what you would do, and that you feel that there's still challenges going forward if your confirmation of your nomination is made? Thank you.
I thought you said you have some support staff with you.
The question is what we are doing in respect of the Ardhi Sasa, the digitization and digitalization system within the ministry, the Department of Lands. And that there are several questions coming towards that particular strategy to deal with the land. One, this particular program is meant to bring efficiency to secure land records and to provide maybe surety that the security of the records will be maintained with integrity. The program started way back in 2014, and where we are, I could safely say that we have been able to cover the entire Nairobi with about, which has about 300,000 titles, and you can be able to access the Ardhi Sasa platform, and therefore we are at a better place. But I still know that there are a few records that we are still working on loading. And of course, with the huge developments that are coming up, we will still require to have a bigger space in terms of that platform so that we can capture land in real time, be able to give records to the public in real time, and accessibility becomes easier and more assured. The story of missing files should be one of our bad history, so that this is a system that we should encourage, embrace as an information management system. What we have moved now to Murang'a, to Isiolo, to Mombasa with the same system, and we are already working in another 27 registries where we have been able to take our scanners, because the first exercise you do is to network within provide the infrastructure Then you do the scanning of the records. You know, our records have been manual. We want to, of course, to get rid of the manual records. Not completely throw away the records, but be able to know that we have the information system secure, properly secured. But then the records are put on, on board, loaded. With that, then we can be able to say that I want to be very honest with the Parliament, because I'm at the right place. We needed a better budget, a bigger budget, to the tune of between 35 and 40 billion to be able to secure all our records under the digitization system. And of course, the country needs to be able to have fiber networking in those other places. And therefore, another maybe 5 years, we can safely be able to do this, provided that we get sufficient budget as a country to cover it. And yeah.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, yes, nominee are not.
Okay. It is not working.
No, it's working now.
Thank you. CS Nomi, I will not ask questions of if you are approved, because you have been the Cabinet Secretary for Lands for at least a year or so. And you are aware there have been very many cases of land grabbing around the country. And we've also seen you on TV on some land which was alleged to have been grabbed somewhere in Loresho. And you also know of many other cases that have been brought to your attention, or the attention of your office, your former office at the Ministry of Lands, around Windsor and other areas. Cases where your ministry officials of the National Lands Commission, those from the police have been involved. I would want to hear what you would do, if approved, or what you have been doing to curb the rampant cases of land grabbing, and especially considering the recent court judgment by the Supreme Court that a title by itself is not prima facie evidence that you are the owner of, legitimate owner of land, that one needs to go beyond that face value of the title to check how that title was acquired from the initial first owner. And you're aware, many of the cases that you have been dealing with are cases where land is illegally transferred from the bona fide owners to land grabbers, and with the protection of or facilitation of officers in the Ministry of Lands, and protection of other government officers, including the police, they take away people's land. What is it that you have been doing to address that, and what will you do that will now completely curb that vice? Lastly, is your engagements with the National Lands Commission. I would want to hear your firm commitment to respecting independent constitutional commissions like that of the National Lands Commission, knowing their boundaries between the work of the ministry and independent commissions like the National Lands Commission. What is your position on the role of the National Lands Commission vis-a-vis the role of the ministry that you have been working in? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ichungwa, for those questions. It is true, and it should be actually a national tragedy to have the fact to have a situation where a title is not prima facie evidence, necessary prima facie evidence of ownership. When I was going through my university law course, I knew that title, and the land law that was taught is that title is sacred. The title deed is almost absolute, but it's no longer the case because, as you have rightly pointed out, we are aware of very many cases of fraud being carried out by Kenyans with the support of sometimes unscrupulous
Kenyan criminals Because not every Kenyan is carrying out fraud.
Kenyan fraudsters.
Yes.
Kenyan fraudsters and cartels. And they are not just, when we say cartels, I want to clarify. They are powerful cartels, they are managed cartels. Some of them surprisingly have made money through those kind of fraudsters, but then maybe cleansed that money into institutions like schools, like banks, like other maybe real property investments. And they are also powerful. But of course, there are also the ordinary cartels and criminals also who don't have much money, but they are part of the whole system. And I have come across very many, and some are very sad cases, because people have, the cartels have reached a point where they don't respect the title deeds, and sadly, many times, or quite largely, the officers of the ministry have been, in numerous cases, part and parcel of procuring those kind of titles. When you look at the Land Act, to be able to deal a big blow to the cartels when they secure fraudulent titles, and you, Honorable Speaker, I mean that you are the owner, say, of this particular building, cartels come and they perform some miracle and procure another title, where your title is safely somewhere, maybe under the locus of this particular building or parliament. And that title is the normal paper that we use for titling in this country. But other times it could be that paper, but the signatures are superimposed, or signatures of former commissioners of lands, maybe former registrars, both dead and alive. Not that they are the ones who signed, but some of our retired officers have also been part of that cartel. They've been signing. Some in their death, they are said to have signed. And therefore, what am I doing? I think we need to work on some amendments very quickly on the Land Act, so that the minute the registry, the technical information on the land records are known to be interfered with, to have been fraudulently secured or changed, so then the registrar, say the chief land registrar, should be able to immediately effect a cancellation and leave by law, because the minister is the custodian of all land titles, and therefore be able to say this record should look like this, and so that the person flagging another title out there should be left to be the one to have the honors of going to court to prove that the ministry has changed the records or altered records, and that these are the true records. What has happened is that the ministry, previously the courts have taken the position that a title is sacred, a title can only be cancelled by the court. And you know, for the court to arrive at a position where it is able to say that these are the records, truly the evidence must be produced before the court by the chief land registrar or through his officers, so that then the court can be able to rely. We'll always rely in a good judgment, well-reasoned judgment. The court should be able to summon, or the owners of the case to be able to call for witnesses and the right records to inform the court, to help the court arrive at the right decision, is evidence from the ministry. So therefore, there is no reason why we should, as a ministry, not be able to rectify the records. When you look at the current section 79, yes, it's not clear that you can be able to alter that title. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I have been asked what I have been doing. I have been utilizing that section severally. I have impugned some of the documents because they are obvious frauds, and therefore I'm not willing to take the dirty work of my ministry to the courts. Let the person alluding or alleging that they have a good title go take me to court, and that should happen to the same for everybody. What has the fraudsters have actually taken that section and utilized it in their favor, and you know they have the money to influence, to pay lawyers, good lawyers, and eventually you may be the owner of the title and find yourself losing. It has happened. We have several cases in the High Court, others in the Court of Appeal, where people, genuine owners of land, are struggling with judgments that don't make sense at all. And I do not want to go beyond that, but they don't make sense, and they cannot. So therefore, we need to change the law to some extent to be able to give clarity to what the registrar should be able to do in the event that there is a clear fraud. I have taken the position that I will tackle the fraudsters. I have found myself in one of the notorious cases. I was actually locked up in a suit premises, not a suit premises, in a property that is clearly the records. I found the records had actually been already rectified. The records were okay, but there is somebody also claiming they have a good title, and I was locked by goons within. I think the police were part of the system, so that even when we entered there with them, as a minister, Honorable Speaker, and if there is one time I feared, is that one time, because it was down the valley. Even if it meant me running up, I would have had a challenge to run the hill up. And these are young goons who have been put to guard this property. Maybe you should ask, why did I think I should go there? I'm taking this fight to the crime scenes, Honorable Speaker. And I'm willing to do that, because once I have established that this is a title, neither for schools, for institutions, because these people have stolen land right, left, center. A lot of government land has been taken away, including prisons land. Institutions have lost land to them, to either people working within or people working within those institutions and other people. So I am taking the war to the crime scenes. And I believe that I need a lot of support from the police for purposes of enforcement. And but with the law, the answer is really dealing a big blow by use of the law, so that it is clear what we should do when we are faced with those kind of things. Yeah.
Junet.
Thank you, Chairman and Speaker. So, Mr. Chairman, my question to the nominee is, first, Madam Nominee, can you tell the committee, in the period that you are there as a Minister for Lands, you have been, as you have just put it now, you have been following up grabbed lands and lands that have been grabbed. Can you mention which public land can you say you have recovered from grabbers as of now? And secondly, whether it was necessary for you to go to that scene, what necessitated you going to that place? Because how many land can you visit if, as a minister, to go and that is a security issue, that is an enforcement issue. But more importantly, there was a bill that was authored from the ministry, the Lands Amendment Act, that was withdrawn by the majority leader. And you wanted to take the powers of the National Land Commission completely. What necessitated that? What was the reason behind why you wanted to usurp the powers of the Independent Commission? And lastly, the issue of disappearance of files in the Ministry of Land still exists. Kenyans go to the Ministry of Land, RD House, they can't find their files. And we have been told that land was being digitized since when the former Cabinet Secretary was there, Farida. Up to that time, up to now, from that time up to now, digitization is still going on. But files cannot be traced. When will this issue of disappearance of Kenyans' files end, Madam CS? Thank you very nominees. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ichongwa had asked the same question on the, what is our mandate vis-a-vis the mandate of the National Art Commission, and are we respecting the mandates of the, is there any issue? As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, there is no problem or challenge. We've not had any conflict or fight between my office and the office of the National Land Commission. In fact, I would say that I am having quite a cordial working relationship with the chairman and his commission. But that does not mean then we abscond or we abandon our duty, and therefore each has their mandate. Our main mandate in relation to titering is we are the ones, the minister is the one who does the leases. In fact, all leases in this country are signed by the minister. I would say not my signature, but for the minister. So I take responsibility for all the leases, including those that are going around there that are fraudulent. Secondly, we also do the title deed or the certificates of title. That's done by my registrars. So to that extent, then, our work is different because the National Land Commission's main mandate is to manage public land, administration and management of public land. And the amendments that we were proposing were speaking to the valuation. I still think that I will be able to come and persuade Parliament that valuation of government projects land, compulsory acquisition should be, the valuations should be done by the owners of the project, by the government, because we are the, you see, the National Commission is an independent organ of this country. And therefore, if it is the government that is doing its projects, there is nothing wrong in them doing the evaluations between the buyer and the government. And therefore, I think those are some of the amendments we were proposing. That does not take any power of the commission given under the Constitution. I think you could talk about maybe the law, but anything that is not working for the government within the law then requires some changes. You are aware that we have had a big challenge as a government by overstating and overvaluing you may not be able to confirm in terms of the valuations, the integrity and the authority of that valuation. The chief government valuer is under my ministry, and therefore that is something we've been in the leases are, what they do is to provide allotment, is to allow allotment and give no objection for allotments to be issued by the county governments, and therefore ensuring that public land is granted to only those who deserve to be granted the public land. And we have no dispute in respect of allotments of land between ourselves and the national government. So in terms of going, to how many places can I go? If I can go to 5 or 10 and provide the statement that is needed to stamp authority of the government in terms of telling the cartels that I'm here and I will not allow, and I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, it has worked to some extent. But I said what I need is the law to be explicit, to be clear, to be able to tackle the problem of cartel. Otherwise, nobody is safe with their title deed if we are not going to deal a death blow to cartels. And I'm willing to walk along that journey with the Parliament.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just make a brief comment because I was going to also ask some questions on the amendment bill number 2 of 2023, but since it was withdrawn from the House, I will not dwell on it in the House in Parliament. I'll not dwell so much on it, but just to let you know, in case this committee approves you in the National Assembly, if you rethink of bringing it back, please look at some of the clauses that are in it, because from the events of this that happened in this country 2 months ago, you have realized that we have a very informed population in this country. And so that issue of NLC had come up, and Kenyans were with issues of land, and you know how land is emotive. The second thing that was on it that Kenyans raised was the issue of inserting a new clause which will force freehold land owners, property owners who enjoy free ownership for perpetuity and can use the land for any purposes, to pay land rate. You know, that was just a comment since it has been withdrawn. So to my question, one, who is a cartel? Every CS nominee talks of a cartel. I want you to explain to this committee your definition of cartel. The second question is the whole issue of the housing levy. By April 2024, the government had collected in excess of Kenya shillings 34 billion. How many houses can you confidently say have been constructed and completed as we speak? And lastly, with the Finance Act having been declared unconstitutional, I think yesterday, do you understand its import on the housing project, and what next if this committee then finds you suitable to hold that office? Thank you.
We'll take another. Nelson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is actually very brief. Affordable housing is one of the key pillars of Kenya Kwanza administration. In fact, the President has been many times quoted as saying it was a deliberate way of creating employment. I want to ask you, Honorable nominee, how many young people have been employed by this program? And number two, do you think this program is sustainable, and is it working?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it is important that even though Honorable Lesuda has not come by way of a question, for me to make one or two clarifications in respect of the authority and the mandate of the National Land Commission. Because many times there is misinformation or misunderstanding of the mandates. And I believe that there is no misunderstanding between ourselves and the National Land Commission. Sometimes it's just propaganda. If you look at Article 67, the functions of the National Land Commission are to manage public land on behalf of the national and county governments. Two, to recommend a national land policy to the national government. Indeed, I have one document already recommended, and we are working on the national land policy, reviewing it since 2009. The review is supposed to take place every 10 years. Then to conduct research related to land and use of natural resources and make recommendations to appropriate authorities. To initiate investigations on its own motion, that's regarding complaints, historical injustice, and all that. And then finally, then there is to encourage the application of traditional dispute resolution mechanisms to assess tax on land and premiums on immovable property in any area designated by the law. And to monitor and have oversight responsibilities over land use planning. So I believe that the bill, one of the bills was Honorable Leader of Majorities, and the other one was my bill. There was the very sticky issue that was floating around, which was actually an incorrect position, that we had planned to change freehold title to leasehold titles. One, it is practically not possible within the law for me sitting as a minister or any of my officers to change land tenure from one regime to the other, meaning from leasehold, freehold to leasehold. But with the application and consent of the owner, it is possible. So there was no provision that we had brought to do that. What raised maybe concern is the proposal to levy some charge or some fee on freehold ownership within our cities. Let me clarify again. The levy that we had proposed in the bill that was withdrawn was levy on freehold land within cities. So far, by the description of cities under the Urban Areas and Cities Act, we have Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret is soon coming on board because it has been approved. So 5 cities. But the...
Chair, sorry to interrupt the CS, but because we are a House of Records, and she has mentioned a bill that I have sponsored, which what she has said is not accurate. The bill that I had sponsored initially is what then became the Owen Bayer bill, amending the National Lands Commission Act on Section 14 and 15 of the National Lands Commission Act to vest powers to the NLC Act. What Honorable Lesuda was asking is regarding the bill of the Land Amendment Bill number 2 of 2023, which I withdrew, which came from
which was our bill, yes.
And the issue she has raised is the issue of rates on freehold land. And in the bill again, it was not clear whether it was in cities. It is actually the Committee on Lands of the National Assembly that in their report proposed that you limit that to cities. So I think is good.
Yeah, the process was ongoing. I agree and I accept.
What came from the ministry is not what you are saying.
The bill was ours, but there were many proposals to amend even that bill. And so far, maybe the argument is, I'm making this for clarification, that there was no proposal for rates because rates are not payable to the national government or the Ministry of Lands. Rates are payable to the county governments, and they are doing their own review of rates. We were proposing a levy or a charge on freeholds because freeholds within the cities then therefore are enjoying facilities and they are paying nothing. And maybe I could say here that if you look at where the freeholds in this country and in this city, for example, using Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, is that the freeholds are within the Karen, the Muthaiga, the Lavington, and it's important that I say maybe some areas of Kirereshwa, Kitisuru, Kiuna, those upmarket areas. Why? I think it was a skewed way of raising tax against some people and not everybody. So that if you go to the whole of Eastland and the Southlands, then you will find that, areas of all these areas, that I haven't mentioned, they are paying rates and they are paying land rent, both. And therefore, in other countries, what is happening is that if you have a freehold, then you pay, including any other land, you pay some development tax because the land that you are sitting on is actually has been developed to equal. In this country, then we are having some people paying and others are not paying. And I think that is a conversation that we will be able to bring back to the National Assembly for debate and discussion, and also robust public participation and debate. And I don't think there is nothing wrong in saying that, but we must understand that in other jurisdictions, what is happening is that there is payment of, against charge against land where developments have come and they were not there before, because anyway, these developments must be funded by either the land or by a taxpayer. So, and I think that is what was taken to mean that we are charging a charge on freehold, and there is likelihood.
Alice Wahome, you are being too wordy.
Yeah.
You can say what you are saying in very concise terms.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The Speaker,
I believe I have maybe exhausted.
Hold, there's a point of order there.
Yeah.
The Speaker, it is good to have clarity on this matter because that bill was as well a controversial bill. It is very important to have clarity here that the proposal that came from the ministry was that all freehold land be changed to leasehold in the whole republic. It is Parliament, a committee of this Parliament, and that's why Parliament must be given credit where they do their work. That is suggesting to them that we should maybe do it in cities. But the ministry, what they brought to Parliament was that they want even the ancestral land that somebody is holding a freehold in Migori. They wanted to change it to leasehold. For what? She should tell us why. What was informing that? Instead of now hiding under Parliament.
Alice, why?
The provision was saying that the minister will be able to designate the areas, which then means you designate through regulations, and I would still have had to come to Parliament to be allowed the designated areas that we would have picked. So, and therefore, the proposal by Parliament, I commend. I think it helped and it improved the provision.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry I didn't want to interrupt.
You have interrupted. Just go on.
Chair, we are in a vetting process, and the leader of majority and the leader of minority have stated the actual position, but the nominee, she's trying to run away from the reality. The reality is that the bill which came to the House exactly wanted to levy even the ancestral land in this country. And it came from the ministry. She was the CS. So instead of using too many words, please admit we move forward. Because at the end of the day, Kenyans could not accept your proposal. And it came from you. It did not come from the House of Parliament.
Speaker.
It did not come from Kenyans. It came from your office.
Yes, sure.
Yes, Alice.
Speaker, I said that the proposal had indicated that the minister will designate areas where the levy will be. It was not blanket, because it is not possible to collect.
Point of order,
it is not
Chair.
possible to collect
Point of
levy
order.
in the entire country.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
that is true. But why do you want to subject a land that is in Bungoma or Migori for a minister who's sitting in Nairobi to designate whether it will be a freehold or a leasehold? Why do you want to do that? Just say it was wrong to do that, and now you are rectifying, you are agreeing with Parliament for that issue to become a city's issue. Just we move on, Madam C. You are a former member of Parliament here.
I think the clarity I have made, I have even given credit to Parliament, but I have said that it is Parliament that was going to give me permission to say where to levy the. Yes.
Point of order, a brief one.
Yes, yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to put it to the nominee, and from what the majority leader had said to another nominee here, that one of the challenges of the cabinet that was there before is communication, because Kenyans are not understanding what you want to do. When they raise questions, it is said to be propaganda, but now we have confirmed here today that it is actually the truth. And so I think moving forward, if you're confirmed, and the last thing also is when there is public participation and Kenyans have an issue with a clause or with a matter in a bill, it should be discussed thoroughly and given the view of those because the bill could be good, everything else could be good, and we have one contentious issue. Could we exhaust it? Because I can assure you, after what happened in Parliament, these parliamentarians will not be a rubber stamp anymore to any issue that will be contentious, Madam Nominee. So that is all I wanted to do, so that we could make progress.
Yeah, thank you. I would hate a parliament that is a rubber stamp. It's of no use to anybody, even themselves. But and I agree with you. This bill had not even gone to second reading, where the debate was going to happen. And during debate, the proposals for amendments would obviously, by the House, I think the subject was still...
We'll make progress. What the members are telling you
yes,
is that a bill came from your ministry with these contentious proposals to the House, when it was picked up and spread like wildfire, the ministry maintained a conspiracy of silence. Instead of coming up to say, it was our bill, we withdraw it so that you quell the fire, you said nothing. But that is, let's move on. Posing?
Thank you, Speaker. I think there is need for better communication. Yes. I agree with you throughout the entire government, yes, including my former ministry.
Yes, even His Excellency the President has said, lamented, that one of the weaknesses in the government is poor communication. You are doing good things which nobody knows. And when you do bad ones, you don't own up.
Questions on housing levy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
the Speaker.
Proceed to the housing levy question. I was asked by Honorable Koech how many people or youth we have employed under the affordable housing levy program. I want to confirm that in our records we have about 106,000 youth, both men and women, and I want to add here that most of them are youthful, below 35, and we ensure also that we include women because we have women who have the skills and artisan skills, yes.
Youth has no gender. It's just youth. Men and women.
Sometimes when you say a man, it is said it is also a woman, but until you say it is both male and female, then yes, there is a problem. Mm-hmm. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I would say the youth, it can be youth, women and youth, or youth, yes, men. Yes, so we have ensured that gender is also observed in terms of those who are working and benefiting. Is it sustainable? It will be sustainable if we are able to continue with the housing, affordable housing levy. And I'm aware that it is also still in court. Would I say that up to now we have over 100, we have at least 48,000 housing units that are in different stages of construction, between maybe 20% and 95%, some nearing completion. In fact, we expect that we will be launching several of those units this year. And so it is sustainable because this is one of the best projects and programs that the country can allow to continue. Everything else bad said about it, but there's one in terms of employment and in terms of self-sustaining. If we can allow the levy to continue, it is sustainable. And I bet that what we are giving, including allowing housing to people who previously cannot access and afford decent homes, then I would think that the country should take it and proceed with it.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And if we were to be direct to the question and answer, we would say we are almost spending 1 hour only for leadership of the House. We have not even had anything ourselves. So, Speaker, what's mine? Mine is this. Nominee, Honorable Alice Wahome. This issue of house levy or house tax, of course, was very controversial, and it is still controversial. However, because it is in place, it is mainly in urban. It's only in urban. And the people who are paying are in the villages. And most of us in Parliament, we represent village constituencies. About 80% of this country is village, or 70% for that matter. And even if the government has run to talk about jobs, creation of jobs. My view, Minister, is if you are confirmed, what will be the housing plan for the rural people who are also paying this tax and paying this levy for people in towns to enjoy houses and to enjoy jobs? Nobody in my constituency or constituency rural who will enjoy those jobs. Nobody will enjoy those housings, right? But we are losing money. So what is it that we are advising even the president or the government in terms of saying, these guys in the rural are paying these taxes or levy, but this is our housing plan for them so that we can actually move as a country. Thank you, Speaker.
Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. I will only ask questions that have been raised by Kenyans. The chairman of the IDP camp in Nakuru called New Canaan is asking, after the settlement of the court cases referring to Donga Farm and Kisima Farm, when is the ministry intending to do the titling? Secondly, there is a guy from Joro asking about Ndefo plot in Menengai Slopes and whether there will be titles, whether you will be giving titles to that place called Ndefo plots. Thirdly, is a teacher in my constituency asking about...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, not to interrupt my colleague, I think those questions can only be answered by the minister when she is in office substantively. Whether she can give me a title or not. She can't give anything now.
Honorable Chair.
I was about to tell
she's jobless.
Honorable Gikaria, you are assessing the suitability or otherwise of Alice Wahome being reappointed Minister for Lands. Now you're asking her to issue titles.
Sorry, let me rephrase.
Under what authority?
Let me rephrase.
Yes.
Assuming she's appointed to that, assuming she's appointed to that position, Honorable Chair, because these are pertinent issues, Honorable Chair.
On another point of order,
yes,
I think Honorable Junet's point of order was very legitimate, yes, because the questions Honorable Gikaria is asking, even if the minister is approved, are the questions that we change our standing orders for, to cause the minister to appear before the House to answer such questions. These are not questions for a vetting process.
Alice, answer.
I think in
Gikaria, you have relayed concerns of your constituents.
Thank you very much.
Which are not vetting questions.
Maybe the last one, and that is related to the affordable housing.
Go ahead.
Is related to the program. Is a very good program for purposes of employment. But the contractors who are given that do not come and actualize that by adhering to the labor laws, by paying, say, for city rates or the rates that are there in the labor law. Maybe what action will she take to confirm that this will be done? And
if she's confirmed.
Thank you.
Again, she can't take action unless we say she will be a minister. Now, but you can answer those...
I think largely in terms of titering, I want to say that we are not on course because we need better funding for titering. The total number of, in terms of percentage, the country has about 30% of our land titled. Meaning...
Alice, who has asked you that?
Because
the questions they asked,
on the titles.
Hold in. Posing just asked you about how do rural folks in Kenya benefit from housing levy?
I'm
very simple.
Gikaria.
The second one of Gikaria was, will titles be given to some 2 farms? So it's not titling generally.
Let me say that I think you saved me from answering Gikaria's question.
Yes.
And then we leave it at that.
Are you the one I told last time about reading a book of a witness who talked too much?
No, not me.
It was not you.
Not me.
Yes.
And I'm sure.
I think it was Linturi.
Yes. So I will leave that question. On the question of IDPs is gone. Affordable housing in rural areas.
Yes.
This is a new program, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. It's a new program. It's just starting, and it has been met by various challenges, including litigation. I believe even the rural folk are entitled to decent housing. I see the program moving there going forward.
Mary Amase.
Thank you, Chairman. I had 2 questions, but one of them has been, I think, prosecuted well. It was on the proposed levy on land.
Very good.
But I would want to say, Chairman, that there is need to improve the communication in terms of public participation. Probably going forward, we need to change the law so that members are involved in doing public participation with the people we represent so that we disseminate the information and then bring our feedback. But Chair, I want to ask on collapsed buildings. There are reported incidences of collapsed buildings across the country, which have resulted in injuries and loss of lives and property. Oversight of the construction industry falls under the ambit of the State Department of Public Works. So my question is, what has been done to address these cases and to avoid future incidences? In your view, are these measures sufficient in resolving the issue?
Alice?
It is true the regulatory authority, that is NCA, has the mandate in terms of ensuring that only people who are qualified are contractors. But the problem is not just about contractors. I think the problem is deeper. We have people taking shortcuts, and some people also, we need to work collaboration with the county governments, because some of the buildings coming up do not even have plans, so that even the issue of the National Construction Authority or enforcement should start at a further place at the county level. And I think that we need to do our work better. We need to strengthen the Public Works Department, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that in terms of national work, both the national work and the private work, because most of the buildings that collapse are public. But also Kenyans need to work better and ensure that they do their buildings using professionals. There is a lot of shortcut in that regard. So that the Kenyans should be also their own watchmen. I mean, the government cannot be everywhere. I think government is doing its best, but Kenyans must also start building with integrity, meaning applying the law and the regulations.
Daud?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment on one thing before I ask you a question. From your CV, you have said you're a member of parliament from 2022 to 2027. So does it mean you were not a minister? I know you were elected until 2027, but you had to resign to? No, it's in her CV, that's what I'm saying. So you need to correct your CV.
I will look at that, because it was only 2022.
Let me ask you my question now. Adjudication mistakes on land are normally sometimes done at the lands office, and it costs people to rectify those mistakes in acreage or size or whatever, about 18,000 shillings to rectify. And not just that, you have to pay, initially you had to pay 150 or 300 or 500. That charge has now gone to 3,000 shillings. And there was no public participation when you increased the charge from 300 to 3,000 shillings. Somebody has got 10 parcels of land under adjudication, has to pay 30,000. That's even before you factor in other costs. That is one question. The second question, what is your take on the Dungu Land Commission lands, which were cancelled, which there is a report regarding the same? The last one is regarding affordable housing. You have talked about it, and my colleagues have talked about it. And there were grand launches by His Excellency the President, who has nominated you to that ministry again. But unfortunately, those housing were just launched and they have not taken off. And like Honorable Laisuda has said, there are 24 billion in that account. So what is that money doing if it is not being used? And those lands are, those housing projects are just stationary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you allow me another one, but I think...
Ferdinand, take two. If actually you're appointed as CS, I want to find out, because you're going around you'll find yourself, there's a lot of upcoming, like you go to a place like Mathare and other places which are congested. There's no plan at all so that you find people living in a very affordable way. What plan do you have to be able to at least streamline some of these upcoming dwelling facilities that actually are causing problems? You'll find that even getting electricity in a place like that is not there. And somebody staying in a place in Mathare, and water is actually passing through her house. So what plan would you have for that kind of thing? Secondly, I come from Trans Nzoia. This affordable housing scheme, have you actually ignored Trans Nzoia? Or what is happening when it's supposed to be countrywide projects that's supposed to help people in areas that Trans Nzoia, where people actually also need those affordable housing? Alice?
I have not picked, let me start with the Trans Nzoia. I haven't picked this specifically, but if we have no affordable housing program coming, I think I want to assure you that the first entry to the affordable housing program is the 290 constituencies. Every constituency is supposed to be a beneficiary when we roll out fully of a minimum of 210 housing units. So yes, we will be there. And of course, there with the available land, I won't say when because it's a program that as soon as possible, maybe we don't even have land in your place, so you needed to work with the ministry to get land for that. And I'm not saying there isn't, because I don't have my document with me. I believe in Trans Nzoia County, we already have some affordable housing programs coming up. Who are you? Yeah. We do have. It's okay. We will be there, and I'm sure that it is every other wish of member to work with the ministry to ensure that they are there faster than maybe the event plan. Yeah. Then the slum upgrading. We have a very good slum upgrading program. It's the one working in for example, in Kibera. We are in Mukuru. We will be going to Mathare, and therefore, what I can say is that the government needs support for the affordable housing program. The houses for the slum upgrading is even cheaper. Those houses are even cheaper than the social housing, and we have a lot of goodwill in terms of funding.
Yes, hold there. We are now classified as a middle-income country, right?
Generally.
Kenya. Not generally. We are classified.
Yes.
We are not a HIPIC, highly indebted poor country. We are not. Now, when you talk of slum upgrading, is your policy to eliminate slums or to upgrade slums? How do you upgrade a slum?
That could be the terminology that we are using, but basically, you know, we are providing the necessary infrastructure, water, ensuring that the necessary facilities, including electricity, connectivity, and is available, and roads. And the program is well funded by the UN, the European Union, World Bank, and also AFD. So I think that the question is, why are we talking of slum upgrading instead of slum eradication? Maybe that is something we can think about and change the name.
No, I think if I have understood her well, Speaker, she's saying they want to make slums habitable, that people can still live in slums, but they become a better place where they say.
That cannot be the direction of our country.
It is not. It is not. It is basically, once we work, we eliminate the slum. So possibly we need to change the wording of that program. the title.
Morogara?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's begin by saying maybe that concept of slum upgrading is not our concept.
Yes.
The financiers, you've talked about them.
Yes.
Those are the people who brought that terminology, because you build for me nice things up country and a slum upgrading, and it's a misnomer. Two questions. The first one is on housing levy. We are interested in this because we are told we have actually collected lots of money through those levies, and there was a report in the papers that the PS had actually invested the money on treasury bonds. That sounded a little bit odd, but you may need to confirm whether indeed we do have that surplus, and that is the route we are taking, while at the same time, His Excellency the President has taken another route of saying, instead of just affordable housing for people to buy, we will now put up hostels in institutions, which I think is a very good program that would go side by side with the affordable housing. On land, again, if you are confirmed, we have experienced the President going around the country and interacting with the people. They come up to him to say, we do not have title deeds, and we need those title deeds. And he makes generous promises that in 2-3 months, I'll be back here to give you the titles that you need. As the person responsible for policy, are there policies in place where you can actually carry out those premises without having to embarrass the head of state, so that those down there do not say he gave false promises, etc., etc. You're able to carry out to the letter when the promise is made, it's actually executed.
Alice, Dawood is protesting that you didn't answer his question. Yes. And then Dungu report. Go ahead.
I asked about the adjudication, about the Dungu report and the affordable housing, where nothing is going on. And you've got 24 billion in the account, putting in treasury bills or bonds.
Yes, Minister.
I could start by looking at the Dungu report is a very good document report, and I know that several of the properties that are within and picked by the Dungu report will clearly indicate the kind of cartel that I was talking about. I know I was asked to define what is a cartel. I think, in short, a cartel is a thief. It's a thief for land. The Dungu report is a lot of, I don't have the figures, but some of the land recovered has been recovered through the EACC, because we have institutions, some we have had to go to court through EACC, and it is work in progress. The report is still live. That's what I would say. Affordable housing, everybody wants affordable housing, but there is also recognition that there has been a lot of disruption on this particular program, both by cases and therefore implementation, and that's why we had some money not able to implement immediately, because when you have also cases going on, you need first to understand where you are. And it is not that there is surplus. We have also already procured for all that money you are talking about. What happened, Honorable Speaker, is that the last financial year, 2023-2024, we had a balance that was not utilized because payments had not been done to the tune of about 38 billion shillings. And it would be reckless to hold money into a general account without investing it, even if it's short term. So there is, it's not that it's being invested because there is no work. We have 106,000 housing units. Right now we are releasing the newly procured ones, over 55,000, and therefore I want to confirm that that money is already taken up, plus of course unexpected maybe annual income through the levy of about 62, 63 billion shillings if the Kenya Revenue does its work properly. And I think that is the amount we expect per year, about 63 to 65 billion shillings. So the 38 is part of the budget that we presented and will all be spent in this year. So Dawu, I want to encourage you. I believe that I'm here to seek support also for my suitability, and when that happens, then if that happens, I think on my part I should say if that happens, then we should be looking at. Meru is a beneficiary of some of our affordable housing. We've come there with the president, so maybe we have not reached your constituency.
No, Speaker, they have launched with His Excellency, put the stone.
Your question
but
is that
it
we have
not
not
moved
started.
even one way, and they've got the money in the account while she was the minister. That's why I'm not saying if she's confirmed. While she was the minister, it has not moved.
Sometimes, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the concern of the Honorable Member. Sometimes lack of takeoff is because of various things. Maybe documentation perfection is not complete, logistical issues. Sometimes even when we do proper investigation, you find that the contractor who had said that they are able to take off sometimes get a bit of delay, and we are supporting even local contractors. So I don't think it's a case where we are that so strict. We are working with our local contractors, and sometimes logistical issues. And thank you, Honorable Judet, for once. I know it is a very important key issue in terms of implementation.
Yes, Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to ask one question, one very important question. Cabinet nominee, land in this country is one of the reasons why we had the 2010 Constitution. It's one of the key aspects, and it actually gave birth to Article 67, which formed the National Lands Commission, where people from regions that for a long time had issues on land, especially historical land injustices, that gave birth to Ndungu Report, Njonjo Report, and many other reports, pushed and voted. My people woke up very early in the morning to go and vote for the new constitution, not because of any other thing, but because of land, especially the coast. Today in Parliament, over 80% of the petitions we receive are actually on issues related to land and security. Now, looking at it, it becomes, therefore, it requires leadership, strong leadership to actually finish these issues of land. But the National Lands Commission, I don't want to belabor the issue of National Lands Commission because you've answered many questions, is one of the key planks in resolving the issues of land. People knew there was a ministry, but then they set up the National Lands Commission so that they can solve the problems. So the minister and National Lands Commission must work together to ensure that eventually people get justice in terms of historical land injustice and review of grants. Nominee, I am reliably informed that since you became CS, you have never had a meeting with the board, the National Lands Commission, a formal meeting to actually sit and discuss issues and give leadership in the sector. And I think this is bringing issues as we move forward. But, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to say this. We have moved amendments to amend the National Lands Commission Act so that we can extend their mandate in review of grants and hearing historical land injustice. But the biggest impediment has been the ministry, including a letter that we received from you dated 24th April, which is signed by you, that there are certain issues. When the committee called you for the meeting to discuss these amendments, the committee said that the minister did not make an input. But when we passed the law in Parliament, when it was going now, we are supposed to send it first, and we respected your letter, and actually these were my amendments, and we held back. But the vibes I get, if I can use that word, the vibes I get is that probably the minister does not want the National Lands Commission to exist. She wants absolute power to run whatever she wants, the show in the land sector. And they are
making a speech. Can I ask a question?
So my question is, do you still believe that we should not review the law, especially section 14 and 15 of the National Lands Commission,
to give them power to review grants and to hear historical injustice? I mean, do you still believe we should not review that and deny the National Lands Commission the power, or you have changed your mind about it?
In those many words, he's asking, are you hostile to the National Land Commission? And have you ever met them since you became minister?
Maybe I will repeat first that I state, I don't know where your information is coming from, Honorable Member, but I said that I enjoy cordial relationship with Otachi Garrison, the chairman, and his commission. That is one. We have not had any conflict, either by exchange of letter or by verbal exchange. So the source you have could be a very biased or an incorrect source. I am working with them. Remember, they are also an independent commission, and their mandate, they must also not encroach on the mandate of the executive, because their mandate is very clear in the Constitution, and I have no personal interest or ministerial interest or executive interest to encroach on their mandate. But they must also remember there is also the clear mandate they have, and we have. I have met them, Honorable Chair, in various meetings, formal meetings. I have met them, the board, and when the chair also confirmed that the board is coming, some of the members did not come, and I don't want to go into that, because the commission, I think you need to summon the commission yourself as Parliament. The commission has its own challenges. I think it's right now maybe a bit...
You say you have no problem with them, then continue to list their problems.
Not myself, person, their own challenges, not between me and them, Honorable Chair.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Maybe the reason they are not working is the challenge between, but not between me. They have handed over, during a formal meeting, the national land policy, because as their mandate, they recommend to the ministry the national land policy. We have had a whole morning meeting, the entire board led by their chairman. So, and the chairman also paid a courtesy call. We have had other many meetings for various things with the chair and any other commission that has an issue to deal with at the ministry level. So, I'm okay.
You speaker.
Microphone.
Amendment of section 14
I think my
and 15.
take would be the take of everybody else. I mean, I work for the country. If those provisions, that particular maybe amendment you are talking about, if it is subjected to public participation and debate and other stakeholders and it goes through, then I wouldn't be the one who would hold it. But I don't want to sit here and say that it's okay, because it may not be okay for many other stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Alice Wahome, this Ministry of Lands has been cited as corrupt from time immemorial, and the issue of, even when you watch news, many times you find people have been, kicked out of their houses because of the issue of fake titles, which you've addressed very well, I must say, because you've said you have a way of dealing with the fraudsters. Even if they have to go to court, let them go to court. But my question is, what action do you propose to take if you are approved on the staff of the ministry that are clearly, in many instances, involved in the same fraud? Because you've given us a direction on what you do with the fraudsters outside, but what about the staff? Because those ones are your staff. And secondly, when Kenya Kwanza came into office, there was the promise that the issue of evictions and demolitions of people's homes would be a thing of the past. You saw over 10,000 people kicked out of their homes in Mavoko, and that still continues to happen. In fact, recently, I think some people are kicked out of some estates within the city of Nairobi, and compensation given was definitely not enough, and part of it never even got to the registered owners. How do you, has the policy changed? And if so, what do you want to tell those Kenyans that have such issues and are concerned?
Let's take, we're going this way? No, we're coming that Amisi?
Speaker, for starting where I am. Speaker, I've been quietly listening to these proceedings. I may not be a happy person because I expected, we vetted the nominee before us 2 years or so ago, and she has served in various portfolios. I expected a progress report, sort of success stories from where we posted her. But I can just hear a lot of verbosity on this and this. This land issue, land issue, Speaker, it affects even the public offices. If you look at the audit report of parastatus and the government agencies, 90% of the audit is just on land, either ownership, one entity taking another one to court, one parastato, and it consumes a humongous amount of money between legal fees and accounting fees and the surveying fees. So it is an area that you do not just talk about it in the passing. So I wanted to hear from the nominee. Yes, she has served there. She's going there back. I don't have your progress report so far. But the issue of parastatals and the government.
You say she's going back before we decide?
Yes, if she's approved. Yes. The issue of parastatals and the government agencies taking each other to court on land issues. Is there a policy statement that you can solve it once and for all so that we save this country a lot of money that is being used between lawyers and the legal firms in all the parastatals, virtually all of them, and the perennial historical land injustices? I come from Kitale, and I think you've been there. You've tried to come across the land issue of the Kitale prisons, and it is across the country. We are perennially in constant problems with our constituents and the grabbers and landowners and the government entities perennially. Can it stop once for all? Can we have a progress report from your ministry going forward?
Answer the question by Robert and Missy.
From Robert, what am I doing with my staff? What have I done with the staff that I have said that sometimes they are part and parcel of the cartels? Since I got into the ministry, we have had 4 arrested officers and charged in court. There is another 3 under disciplinary processes. And therefore, I think to that extent, and have had a meeting with all the registrars in the country to restate the policy and the position of the minister and government in terms of this business of participating in fraud. And they know, and we have many other cases with the DCI, and I think there will be likely other officers that will be taken away by those cases. I think I could say to that, and I have also said that I intend to come back to Parliament to sharpen the provisions that will help to deal with the fraudsters. Then you asked, I think the question on kicked out, I don't understand that one. Demolitions of people who, Madare and elsewhere during the rain season. I think half of those people had already suffered a big blow for being within the riparian and the watercourse area. And even those who were affected because of building along the river were also calling for government intervention to be provided for with homes. We have, I think the estimated numbers, if I'm not wrong, and those would be mainly with the Kindiki, because of interior coordination was about maybe 20. The last estimate that came to the cabinet was about 20,000 Kenyans that were affected by the demolitions. I think demolitions are right now not going on, but it was so that they are removed from already insecure space along the river, where in any event they were being devastated by the floods. Because we experienced out of the normal, maybe beyond the normal of the floods or rainfall. Therefore, I think going forward, as a government, we need better, maybe, these are emergencies and you require maybe money to be able to settle those kind of people. So I think everything adds up with, do we have funding to be able to resettle them? They were given 10,000 and some, I'm told some, I think there is information that some may not have received, which is still not sufficient, but it was a gesture for people who also, Kenyans must stop also building along the rivers. I don't know, I know and I understand and I believe that these Kenyans don't have maybe better places, but remember some of the people utilizing, some of those people are not the owners of the structures. The structures could be owned by people living elsewhere. I mean, on government parastatal, I think land moving from one maybe person to another, parastatal fighting each other and cases in court. I have already proposed to the executive that we circulate, before I left office, that I think in June I proposed that all the departments, all the ministries forward to the ministry the list of their properties so that we can now start cracking holistically so that we have a one government approach in terms of recovery. I was given approval to circulate that request to call for departments to forward all land that is said and known to have been grabbed. We will be working on that. Of course, I will require police, I will require the investigative agencies, and I will require the EACC. And I think then it is, whether I'm the minister or not, Kenyans should be prepared to move from government-owned properties because it is public wealth, it is public property, and it is horrible where, as the situation where we are, and I agree with you, we should give it a one holistic approach so that we clear with it once and for all.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Waziri, I just want to ask you one question regarding the pending bills, because I understand there are many pending bills in your ministry. I need to know how you are going to sort it out considering the current financial state at the moment. The other question is about compensation. There are many Kenyans who have given their ad to the government and they've been waiting for their money and it's like it's taking too long. Thank you.
Ms. Shimbogo.
Asante sana mwenyekiti, nitauliza maswala mawili, swala la kwanza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na swala la pili kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Swala langu la kwanza, Mheshimiwa Wahome ambaye umekuwa waziri katika hii wizara kwa muda mfupi, ningependa kujua mikakati ambayo utaweka katika wizara yako na kupitia serikali kuu ya Kenya Kwanza ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba Wakenya wengi ambao wamejenga kwa miaka nenda miaka rudi katika zile ardhi ambazo zilikuwa zinaitwa GL ama government land, na zile ardhi ambazo kuna absentee landlord, yani wale wamiliki hawajulikani na hawako, na pia wale ambao wamejenga katika ardhi za wale wamiliki ambao walipatiwa ile tunaita grants ama zabuni, rubuni, na watu kama hao hawajafika katika sehemu hizo na wala hawajulikani, kwa sababu kihistoria wakati wa nyuma kulikuwa na siasa zile ambazo mtawala akiingia anaweza kupatia marafiki grant ya mashamba katika sehemu tofauti tofauti, na jambo hili limefanyika sana katika sehemu ya bonde la Ufa na sehemu ya Pwani. So ni mikakati gani ambayo serikali kupitia wizara yako itafanya ndio tatizo hili la mashamba liwe historia, isiwe kila wakati wa siasa, wakati wa kampeni Wakenya bado wanauliza maswali yale kwa yale. Na niweze pia kuweza kukubaliana na Mheshimiwa Owen wakati aliposema ya kwamba kuna tashwishi ya kwamba huenda pengine wewe, na hiyo ni hisia yangu, ukirudi katika wizara hino utaweza kuendelea kuhujumu tume ya ardhi, kwa sababu wakati mmoja ulikataa kuongeza muda wa kushughulikia mambo ya historia za mashamba. Na tatizo hili ni tatizo nyeti katika bonde la Ufa, katika pwani na Kenya kwa jumla. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa umesema ya kwamba mambo yatakuwa tofauti, tunataka tuone ya kuwa tofauti, kwa sababu tatizo hili bado liko, hatujaona ya kwamba kama tumefaidika katika mambo ya dhulma za kihistoria za mashamba. Swali langu la Kiingereza, what specific timeline?
The Kiswahili version was just a speech. Now ask the question.
Mwenyekiti, hilo ni swali na nafikiri Mheshimiwa Waome ameelewa hilo swali nilivyoliuliza. My second question, Honorable Chairman, what specific timeline did you establish when you were the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Land for the completion of digitization of land records across all the counties? How many counties right now they have those digitized land records? What is your roadmap? Many times we have been putting some allocation in terms of this program of digitization of land records. So what are you telling? What is the status right now? We want to hear, because we know this is the only way where we can avoid some cartels, we can avoid some corruption, and so many other anomalies. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you. Sharia, we can take Sharia as well.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I think you're teaching us something new of saying no chairs. And Mheshimiwa Wahome, significant parts of the country are formerly trust lands and fall under the Community Lands Act. It's public knowledge that the community land legal regime remains not fully operationalized, and if granted, has not been regime not fully operationalized. If confirmed, what possible solutions do you propose? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can you answer those, Alice?
Chair, from Honorable Shurie, trust lands, because it is true, this most of this is what we call as community land. We have the Community Land Act 2016, and the Community Land Act is operational. We are registering community lands everywhere in the country, but it is a slow process because the communities, the members of those communities must sit and agree, prepare inventory, and it's not an easy process, because also we have seen that leadership sometimes within the communities is infiltrated by politics, but the preparation of the inventories is quite a tedious task, because every member is supposed to agree and sign, and then have that inventory forwarded by the office of the governor under the law, so that then you can start the process of registering. But we are on course in terms of various counties, and I believe we need the support, in fact, of elected leadership to expedite those processes as a government. Then Mheshimiwa Mishi is asking, I believe what she's asking me is a policy issue, and in terms of absentee landlord and people who have moved and become squatters on people's lands. We are in the process, Mr. Speaker, of finalizing the national land policy. It is a matter that should squarely be captured there, so that as a country we agree what to do. But also, we must not encourage, there is a lot of criminality in some of the people in terms of moving to people's land and becoming professional squatters. Those must be discouraged, but there are also genuine squatters that the country and the government need to work with and work on that require sometimes the government to raise budget to purchase those parcels where the squatters are, and then do a land settlement in terms of the squatters. So the program in terms of land settlement is ongoing, is a program of the government. We need more funding for that. The government needs more funding to deal with that, Honorable Mishi. But I agree with you, there is a lot of this problem in terms of absentee landlord. Let's have policy, and the policy will be brought to Parliament, and the input of Parliament would be very critical in terms of handling those. I think extension. Honorable Bayer, you accuse me of maybe being the person rejecting. I hope, Honorable Member, you haven't been given the wrong card in respect of my activities in terms. This particular, the Commission has not come to me officially or formally to say they want to extend. And in any case, the term of the Commission in terms of historical land injustices was limited by the statute, not by the minister. Opening that would require an amendment, but also we must, and I, as a minister who has served, we must caution the country that we cannot have historical injustices for land perpetually. We need to be very careful, and also if we open, we must limit that to a certain period, because we are talking about historical, not current. Any other current injustices can be done within our courts of law. We talk about historical, and that's why there was a time limit. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I think there was a question on the digitization. No, not yet. There was a question on digitization, where we are. I had said earlier, we've done Nairobi, Mombasa, we are ongoing. Isiolo is more or less complete. In another 1 month, we'll finish with Isiolo. Murang'a is basically on board. Then we've gone to Machakos. We have 27 counties that we are working with currently. And I wouldn't be able to say specifically. I had estimated that to do the entire work, we may require another 5 years if funding is properly availed. And I have had talked about between 35 billion to 40 billion Kenya shillings to do the entire exercise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Alice, land is a factor of production. And where I come from, land actually is a major source of conflict. And the many questions honorable colleagues have raised, it is indicative of that, whether you are in urban or rural areas. The first question which I want to pose to you is this thing called Ardhi Sasa. The major problem, and that is why Kenyans are angry, is because a simple transfer of land or property from one individual to other take maybe 1 year or 2 years. If really we have a platform, if really it is digitized, why would it take inordinately such a long time if what you are explaining to the committee is seamless? Secondly, I think the issue of corruption in land, it is not just simply said. I think it's profound. Examples are everywhere. In the county of Marsabit, we largely live on community land or trust land. But what is surprising, there are individuals who hold titles in areas that have not been adjudicated. And when they go to the ground, they are told, show us the extent of this land, and they cannot.
So what is simply happening is those individuals who are involved in titling are the ones who actually are illegally issuing illegal title deeds. Going forward, if the House is going to approve your nomination, what is it that you are going to do differently? Because, Honorable Speaker, I have to make this point. From what Honorable Alice has given the committee this afternoon, I think that committee may be running into headwinds with you, simply because you need to carry leaders along. Because land is not just anything. Land is about community, it is about people, it is about settlement. So people must really be carried along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the nominee. She has a broad ministry moving from land, public works, housing, and urban development. And as a nominee, you must have a vision. And I want to ask the first question is that, what is your vision to sustain urban development in the 47 counties, and how do you plan to address the challenge of rapid urbanization in terms of planning, in terms of giving blueprints of how the water supply will be done, roads construction will be done, the issue of electrifying those urban areas, and the issue which is very fundamental of sewerage in most of upcoming towns within Kenya. Secondly, the State Department of Planning Public Works launched the National Building Code 2024 on 17th of July 2024. The code is expected to update the standards and the requirement in the construction industry and aims to resolve the various issues affecting the Kenya building economy environment. If approved, how would you support the execution of this code? Various associations, including the Association of Construction Managers of Kenya and Interior Designers Association of Kenya, have raised concern concern on being unrecognized by the code. What is your opinion and what is the remedy of this? In prayer on my first question, when you get to that ministry, are you able to give...
When or if?
If you get to that ministry, are you and do you have the capacity to give a vision of how do we want our towns and our urban areas be planned so that we can have proper coordinated construction, which includes the housing program you are also in charge. The last one, the assistant chiefs.
Mule, one question at a time.
Okay, can I finish with this? Can I finish with this?
You've hit two already.
This is the last one. As the Minister for Housing, and you are in charge of this ministry, and to implement the housing program, what do you visualize on how the common man at the village, the assistant chief, the chief who is paying the housing levy to benefit from the housing program in this country?
That question has been asked 4 times. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think it is important to Mule.
Maybe I can start with it and say that I had said that I see this program of affordable housing is a new one in stages,
and is spreading.
And I see it going forward. I see it going to the rural areas as well. But for now, we are within urban centers. For obvious reasons, infrastructure,
Go to
facilities.
the next question.
Yeah. Mukami had asked me about pending bills, Honorable Speaker. The pending bills, we have about 18 billion legacy or pending bills, some of them from cases that are filed against the ministry. And these are being considered as part of the national pending bills from other ministries where a decision must be made so that we agree as a country how we deal with all the pending bills, including verification processes. That is a process being undertaken with the leadership of the National Treasury and the Executive. So we will have decisions made together. Compensation, I don't understand which compensation, because compensation in terms of compulsory acquisition is done by the National Land Commission, and basically that is not within my mandate. Any other compensation, maybe by judgments, those are pending cases or pending bills. I believe I could start with the question of Adisasa had been answered, but I am saying that this really, I'm thinking that we should get accommodation, because it's now real time possible to access your records and get information regarding your land records, especially when somebody else other than you want to access your records. You are the one to approve. I think the challenge for me is how to move faster to the other maybe not now for me, for the ministry, for me if I'm approved, but for the ministry, the challenge is how to expedite. And I had said that with the necessary funding, it is possible to expedite. There is an issue you raised regarding titles in Marsabit or even elsewhere. Let me also warn the members, just alert the members and the public that it is not all titles that are out there that are actually valid titles or are titles. They could just be papers with no worth of a title deed. There are many, some are just made at Liver Road, like some of the cases the Honorable Majority Leader was raising, title papers. When you look at them, they look like they are genuine, but they are made from River Road and they cannot transfer proprietary rights to any property. So I don't know what you are referring to in Marsabit. I think it would be important for me to have the records so that I'll be able to know what you are dealing with or referring to, or the ministry to be able to be brought to their attention so that they can maybe stop whatever could be happening. And I agree, it is profound, and the land issue is obviously very emotive. So therefore, community land, be part of the community land processes so that you can help to expedite the community to have their land put in a title, because it's private land. Community land is considered as private land for that community. The rights are the same, so they would need to come back together quickly so that there is no land left without title. I think security would be secured by that. Individuals involving in titling from my ministry, I had agreed, and I also said we have a few we are processing in court. My vision is the vision of the ministry. The minister doesn't have a vision personally, but the ministry has a vision in terms of urban development. And in terms of urban development, we have the Urban Areas and Cities Act. And that is specifically addressing the problem of rapid growth of population vis-a-vis facilities available in our small towns. And that's why the KUSIP, that is Kenya Informal Settlement Program and Kenya Support Program for the urban areas has been developed, which of course is basically focusing on the facilities we have in all the towns, small and big, so that the planning becomes a condition. Proper planning, PDP preparations, and all those physical planning for the land use and for the development use are part of the conditions for accessing the funding under those programs. So in my view, if you ask me what is the vision, Those programs are for between, they are 5 years program, but looking forward, we need very elaborate cooperation between the county governments, because you know they are the ones in charge of the planning at the county level, including survey work, so that then it is possible to have properly planned towns now before they become fully congested. My ministry, with the leadership of the Directorate of Physical Planning, former ministry, I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, has sufficient capacity to be able, and of course we can always increase capacity as a government, to be able to guide the county governments, and they always draw back for purposes of planning, and they seek support from us. And of course, we have the Physical Planning Act that requires also to be maybe reviewed to capture some of the issues that you are raising. So my vision is to see well-planned towns that have all necessary facilities of a big town, but even better planned than our big towns like Nairobi. You cannot say that it is properly planned, but we can now have better planned towns. As they grow bigger, then they have the street lighting, water, sanitation, and every other, and of course including titling.
Thank you, Alice. Yeah. Alice, let me ask you one or two questions. Under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, distribution of functions between the national government and county governments, you have the responsibility for housing policy and the general principles of land planning and the coordination of planning by the counties. For the period you have been minister in this docket, have you ever had a meeting with county governments to discuss the issue and coordination of planning by those counties? I ask this because if you look around the country, we have completely misstepped, so to speak, in our planning and land use activities. Anybody with the land touching on any road just wakes up and builds a shop. In the old days, if you look at all the urban areas and markets, they were designated, meaning it is possible to easily provide security and amenities such as water and everything else. What have you done, and if you are confirmed, what do you plan to do to effect this constitutional responsibility?
Honorable Chair, it is not the easiest to actually work with county governments, you know, and for government, national government has been having its own challenges in terms of intergovernmental relationships. On my part, I haven't had a meeting with the county governments as a whole, but we have worked with different county governments or governors in terms of their planning, and they have brought their planning documentation to the ministry, and for sometimes for even for support in terms of that planning, and ensuring that it meets the thresholds that are required. I think going forward, I would say that it is necessary that I meet the county government in terms of the institution itself, the COG, so that we can agree. But they also think that the national government is encroaching a lot on their mandate, and they refer a lot to Schedule 4. And I do agree that quality standards, regulation, and of course capacity building is some of the things we are doing under the Kenya Urban Support Program. Within that, my ministry before me has held several meetings with the county, with the COG, and the CEO of COG has been a constant, and I think she's done a good job for the county governments. Yeah, has worked well with my ministry.
Some Kenyans sending messages to us.
Yes.
Why did she take sides with the Kirima's land dispute when she came into office?
I didn't take side with the Kirima land. I took side with the owner of the land. It could have been any other person. And when I pronounce myself as to ownership, sometimes it helps in terms of dispute resolution, and that is what it is. My task is to say who is the owner, and I said that it's a long dispute, and at that time there was no outstanding court case.
Another Kenyan says the nominee has declined to answer a question from Dawood on how fees was increased from 300 to 3,000 without public participation. Another one says implementation, this is actually a member of parliament called Donald Watch, that you've ignored the implementation of decisions of the House of Parliament on matters that have been brought to your attention following decisions in the House. Another person called MacDonald Walbengo says, why has the ministry not processed titles to public institutions and schools? Because my grandfather donated land to a school, and to date we are unable to get our own title and give the school the title on the land we donated. That's a very good Kenyan. Other Kenyans would go to grab the land back. Another one says, who are these cartels with government documents that the minister is talking about? Another one says, rich people are buying land from less fortunate people, transferring the land and refusing to pay. What is the minister doing about that? Those are comments from Kenyans.
I think for schools it's an important, very important question.
The one of the school.
Yes, we have titled over 14,000, going to 15,000 title deeds for schools.
I actually, Alice, know of a school.
Yes.
That was given land by a generous person, and his grandchildren over 50 years later came because the school had no title, took away the land, and kicked out the school.
Yeah, I think previously the institutions did not just schools, actually most government institutions, and maybe that is one of the tasks that we should achieve, do not have titles for those properties. And the titles are supposed to be produced and
if you are confirmed, can you have a Marshall Plan to issue title deeds to all public institutions within a year?
Those without issues, it is possible.
Yes,
as you emphasize on that public institutions, I want to add, including KICC. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. You know what I mean? Yeah. Including KICC.
Speaker,
you know that, go on.
Sorry?
You know that, go on.
As she knows. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, let me clarify on schools. We have over close to 15,000 schools that we have under our program. There is a program for titling of school titles, you know, and we have covered close to 15,000. The total is about 31,000. So I think we are on course. Possibly we need to expedite in terms of that. A few have disputes about 1,500, but the balance we are working on, a balance of another maybe 14,000. Which says I have ignored the House of Parliament. I am not aware of any area that I have ignored. Maybe it has not been brought to my attention. And should I be approved, I would want to engage him personally or get him to. Yeah, I know him. I don't know what he's referring to. The fees that the member of the public, and it's important, is there was elaborate public participation. The fees of 300 shillings, 500 were fees that were for 1980. Prescribed, you know, when the act was actually, basically it's over 20, 30 years. And so we reached a point where we reviewed, and there was elaborate, and there is records of public participation. And I would also seek that Kenyans agree to support, because it's their government. Yeah.
Alice, you are so wordy. If there was public participation, just say so.
You know, Kenyans out there have said I haven't answered.
Yes.
Yeah, so I want them to understand. You know, yeah.
Lastly, Alice, Do you hold any position in a political party?
Not at all. Yeah.
Not at all.
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations by any agency?
Not at all.
Not at all. Do you hold citizenship of any other country apart from Kenya?
No, only Kenya. And I have no interest.
What is your net worth?
I think that one I need to be to refer. My net worth is
What did you tell us?
about, where is that document? It's about 300, net worth is about 300.
You don't know your wealth of head?
No, not of, it's mine and my husband. So maybe what? It's 300 and what? $327,650,000.
How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
I was worth slightly less. When you vetted me, Mr. Speaker, last time, I was worth 218,400,000.
You have had some nominal growth.
Kidogo. Some.
You've grown by 100 million.
I have grown in those 2 years.
Yes.
Yes. I was just a few adjustments. It is the properties that have increased in terms of appreciation in value. And then there was one tenant that was not paying my family rent, and they paid about 14 million, about sometimes in March. So
do you use your office to get them to pay?
My office of MP, of minister?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I am not the one who corrects the rent.
Thank you, Alice.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have checked your documents and we find them to be correct, except you can tell us there were 9 memoranda against in response to you. Did you respond to them in writing? The clerk.
And I would ask that the committee adopts my response.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unless you are lawfully held.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You are released to go.
I'm free to go.
Thank
you. It's a relief, Honorable Speaker.
It's a relief?
It's a relief. You know, I am jobless and I need the job. This is since 1985. This is one unique time when I am jobless. So, and I do appreciate the opportunity to be before the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Members, I give you a 20-minute lunch break.
Ramogi mano twak madhi nyime od bura mamalo mar piny Kenya kama idae dho jotelo manyicho nogwel mondo bed jotend migepe pacho Kenya Ramogi Alice Wahome en achiel kuom jogo kendo jatelo mar adek ma ochopo e nyim komiti madayo jogo kata dayo dho jok manyicho ne oyier mondo bed lemo mar tend migepe ma pacho ka bang' jatend piny William Ruto ne wuoyo duol mar jotend migepe kendo ng'ado mar yiero jotend migepe manyien. Parni Alice Wahome en achiel kuom jogo ma bende ne nitie migepe kata migao duol mar jotend migepe mar jatend piny William Ruto mokwongo e piny owacho mare bang' yiero ma 2022 kendo sani koro chako duogo mondo ng'iyane kapo nyalo dhi nyime kod weche mag tayo chenro mag migao mar lo kaachiel kod weche mag dongruoge mopogore opogore mag lo. Omiye penjo kod jokanyo e komiti no ma piedho jotelo mowal ne migepe mag sirikal. Penjo ma omiye en kaka obiro kedo kod achudhe mag lowo. Ahinya jok ma samoro yudo ka ng'ato nitie kod obok mawachore ni gin mopuodhi mag piny owacho mayango ni en wuon lowo, to king'iyo tiduogo iwacho ni en oboke moyudo e yor achach. Okoni obiro timo duto mar neno ni gik makamagi oked godo, kata kamano obedo kod tich matek mar yango ni to en yo mane hie mobiro tiyo godo e kedo kod achudhe ma osebedo ka minore kendo yako lobe ahinya mago mag piny owacho. To bende weche mag bedo kod obok moyiedhi kata title deeds mag lope mamoko ne gin manochiw kod oganda ne gedo mag chenro mopogore opogore koting'o mag sikunde ma bende ahinya jopiny ne chung' kendo golo lowo mondo geri sikunde machiegni kod kuonde ma jopuonjre wuokie. En achiel kuom gigo ma wacho ni osebedo mapek ni mar nitiere moko kuom lai ma pod oketi mar neno ni mwandu duto mag lowo mag piny owacho ondiki e nying piny owacho. Ma en achiel kuom gik ma osebedo ka chendo e pacho ka e sigana mar piny Kenya, weche ma iluongo ni weche mag ratiro mag lope ma bende osebedo ka kelo ng'ur ka kod kacha. Joma thoth koni ok ginyal yudo thuolo mar yudo bok mag lowo e sama owinjore. Sikunde moko nitiere maonge kod lope. Bede migepe mag sirikal bende kaka mago mag weche machalo kaka mago mag jo jela gin mago kuom mago mantiere kod lope e gwenge mopogore opogore. To king'iyo to samoro inyalo yudo ka lope go onge kod oboke hie mayango gi. Koro gin weche ma Alice Wahome koni odhi rakore godo mar neno ni oketo kare kopo ni opuodhi kendo ni migawo mochung' ne weche mag lope kaachiel kod dongruoge mopogore opogore nyakora mogi e pacho ka. Achiel kuom weche mabende ne Alice Wahome en achiel kuom lope mag joka Mosenindo Gershon Kirima ma bende ne idare oganda mano nyiewo kama nonyiedhore kendo wacho en wuon ni en ong'eyo ni wuon lobno ne en jaduong' manosenindo kod familia mare Gershon Kirima. Wach ma bende ne moko kuom jotelo ma pacho ka ok okawo mayot, to gin mana achiel kuom moko kuom weche ma iwuoye nyakora mogi e kinde ma iyiero jatelo mondo bedie migawo mar lowo. Kopogore kod Alice Wahome nyakora mogi nitiere jotelo mamoko ma bende nosedadho gi motelo kamoting'o manen jatend migawo mar arita mathurka Ngire Kithure Kindiki ma bende nyocha nochako walne lemono kendo mondo mi obed kodhi tae poni od bura obiro puodho moneno ni oromo kod lemono kaluwore kod gik mosetimore ma bende ni seyo ni osetimore ka en owuon ochuoyo wang'e kendo oneno. Kindiki oloso motelo kinyi ka en jatelo mokwongo manochopo e nyim komiti matimo kata mapiedho jogo manowal ne migawo mopogore opogore pacho ka e tielo makoro imanye jotend migepe manyien. Kindiki noloso kaka rakruok nobedo e kinde mag ng'anyo kama bende nowacho ni obila manotiyo kod magina mago manokalo chik kendo notiyo kod teko mathoth manokelo hinyruok kaachiel kod tho mar oganda to winjo bed ni koro ting'o msalapgi kendo giduoko penjo kotenre kod gik mane gitimo. Owacho ni bad migawo mar obila en bad migawo modiedo kar kende kendo manitiere kod chenro mage kaka gitayo. Men kaka jatend migawo ok oyiene mondo donji achiel kachiel, kata kamano gai mar obila ema ni kod teko mar ng'iyo ni to obila tiyo nade to bende giluwore kod chike kaachiel kod bede migepe mamoko ma bende ng'iyo kendo keto nyong'ong e tije mag obila. Owacho ni chike to gibiro keto kaka migawo mar neno ni obila omedo luwore kod chik kendo bende ibiro ket kuonde moyiedhi ma oyiene jopiny bago ng'anyo ma ok baga ng'anyo ahoyaye kuonde ma ginyalo ketho e mwandu mag sirikal kata mwandu mag jopiny bende. Mago bende weche mane Kindiki owacho nyakora mogi. Weche mag opande ma bende osebedo ka kelo ng'ur ni opande iloso kendo igoyo chapa opande ma kotieko higni 10 to ok chak tigo kendo manitiere kod gima iluongo gi dho ngere ni expiry date. Kindiki wacho ni ma en wach ma gitimo kaluwore kod lokruok mag lony manyasani kendo nonro mar ng'ato koro inyalo kaw kendo iketo e opande no mondo obed gi yot e tayo chenro mage kendo yudo chenro mopogore opogore mag sirikal. Owacho ni gimomiyo opande ni nyaka bed ni inyalo loke bang' higni 10 en nikech lokruok e lony mag nyasani bedo to kendo nikech nonro mar oganda nitiere e opande no. Samoro nitiere lokruok madwarore mondo medi opande no kata keti opande machielo mobiro oyudo ng'ato e ngimane kodhi nyime kod dak. koro mondo mi ng'e samoro ng'ato ne en ng'at ma oyudo kata mana ng'ol moro e kinde mar dongo mare to koro idwa ni ma bende kete yo pande no emowacho ni emomiyo odwa ni bang' sirikal ne paro ni mondo bang' higni 10 ket kendo lokruoge mondo neni nonro manyien manyalo bet ni ng'ato bedo godo bende rwaki e opande no nyakora mogi ma en wacho pande makoro nyaka sani do tinyo cha nowito oko ka giwacho ni ok owinjo bed ni goye chapa kaluwore ni ok oromore kod dwaro mar chik ma pacho ka kopogore kod kindiki nyakora mogi jatend migao ma bende wal machielo manochopo e nyim aputni ne en jatend migao mochung' ne weche mag thieth Debra Barasa ma en laktar kendo osebedo ka tiyo ok mane pacho ka kende kata mane bedo migepe mochung' ne weche mag thieth mawuok e pinje maoko kendo lony mare bende en lony mar somo e pacho ka kod somo e pinje maoko nyakwara mogi owacho ni en owuon oikore mar neno ni osumo paro jogo ma gin jolony e weche mag thieth joma moko ma bende gin apisa manitiere kod ng'eyo mar arieya e weche mag thieth mondo owuoth e yo ka ochako yor thieth makare mabiro neno oganda ja Kenya obedo kod nyalo mar yudo thieth manimba. Achiel kuom gigo ma bende nomul ma moko kuom oganda osebedo ka penjore en wach mar Linda Mama. Linda Mama ne en chenro mane oketi kod piny owacho mar Uhuru Kenyatta mondo nokony mine madhi konyore e ute mag thieth mondo yud ni sama gidhi konyore chato sirikal ne kawo ting' mar nyodo machal kamano e kinde konyruok kendo ng'ama miyo mane okonyore e yo machiel kachiel miluongo ni normal delivery gi dho ngere oyudo yot kata bed ni owuok e familia ma ochando wach ma bende ni wacho ni piny owacho masani nogolo oko kendo okelo midhiero ne mine mathoth ne chech ni nyalo kelo midhiero ne mine mathoth owacho ni ma en achiel kuom gima kata en kaka Debra Barasa mowal e migawo mar thieth bende osekonye kendo odhi ng'iyo kaka inyalo keto kenge mag neno ni gik mamulo ngima japiny achiel kachiel ahinya weche mag thieth omi thuolo mokwongo ma koting'o weche mag nyamrerwa ma bende gin jok ma jiwo weche mag thieth kowuok e kor gwenge kendo wuoyo goganda achiel kachiel e kor gwenge magitiye. Kopogore kod mano Barasa bende okoni obiro keto kenge mag neno ni othiedho wach mar achudhe manitiere e migawo mar thieth ma iluongo ni Afya House. Okoni ma odhi timo ka otudre kod bede migepe mag sirikal ma ochung' ne kedo kod mibadhi mar neno ni chike olu kendo oket okenge makare mabiro keto lai mopuch e weche mag ng'iyo kaka itayo chenro mag thieth. Par ni sekta mar thieth en sekta maduong' nyakora mogi kendo ting'o nyaka weche mag ng'iyo yedhe moko bende gin yedhe ma igolo kaka kony kowuok e pinje maoko kod bede migepe mag pinje maoko kod riwruoge moko mag piny owacho. To magi ma samoro yudo ka jomoko luchore godo koro wacho ni obiro keto nyong'ong kaachiel kod bende neno ni layo keti moriere mar ng'e ni gimoro achiel ma en wach lai mar thieth kata masin kata kopo ni en yedhe mag thieth giwuok kanye to gidhi kanye to ogolgi e yo machalo nade. Gin weche moko ni obiro keto mondo ne ni weche mag thieth orie kendo bedo makare. Kopogore kod mano kaka naseng'isi Alice Wahome nyakwara mogi en jatelo mar adek mowal ne migawo ma ochopo kendo oda dhoge nyiri machuo kende en jal ma ogolo kaka obiro tayo migawo mare kaka nang'isi ni migawo mar lo en achiel kuom migepe ma ni kod penjo mathoth ahinya weche mag mibadhi bende nitiere joma yeko bende yeko kaachiel kod bende joma iwacho ni luoko ji ka osenyiepo yudo kata kalo achiel onyiew ousne ji ma oingo kata ng'at achiel gin okenge makoro rite poni obiro puodhe ne migawo no ka wang'iyo kaka jotend migepe mowal gi wacho ni ohuko gi chalo kata kirop gi mag omenda mag omuom jatend migawo mar mowal ne migawo mar arita Kithure Kindiki kata jatelo mowal ne migawo mar arita Kithure Kindiki ne okone en owuon omenda ge kong'iyo orokore kendo ong'iyo kirope nyakwara mogi owacho ni en gi milion 694 ma opogore kod milion 544 manowacho motelo kendo wacho ni medruok ma kama obiro kaluwore kod kabine mar okil mosebedo kotimo. Kopogore kod mano bende jatend migawo mar weche mag thieth jatend migawo mowal ne weche mag thieth ma iluongo ni Debra Barasa owacho ni en gi milion 855 nyakwara mogi kaachiel kod weche ma bende wacho ni maendi oriwogi kaachiel kod wuon pargi kendo ma en achiel kuom weche ma nowacho ni biro miyogi okang' mar neno ni gidongore milion 455 kod abich nyakwa Ramogi mano wacho ni gin godo 855 kod 352 mano omenda mano wacho godo milion 455 kod abich 855 320 mano wacho ni gin godo kaka kaoriw. Kopogore kod mano bende Alice Wahome owacho ni en kod milion 320 nyakwa Ramogi kaka en mowacho ni oriwe kod wuon pargi kopogore kod mwandu mamoko mabende samoro dipono nyalo loso e kinde mabiro. Kata kamano nyakwa Ramogi mago mana moko kuom weche ma wan godo. Kopogore kod ji adek gi odiochieng' ma kawuono oket lai mar ji abich mondo mi wal ng'eni to bende ginono timnegi pietho ka ber tinyalo puodhgi kata oyo. Joma moko modong' oting'o Soipan Tuya mabende ne en jatend migawo mar weche mag alwora ma tinende nowal ne migawo mochung' ne weche mag jolweny miluongo ni defense kaachiel kod Julius Ogamba ma nowal ne migawo mar somo kendo nowinjo bed ni kawo kar jatend migawo machon Ezekiel Machogu. Gin moko mabende wageno ni bang' yweyo mar dakika 30 ma koro komiti mochung' ne weche mag piedho jotend migepe ma owal gi obiro duogo bang' yweyo mar dakika 30 no to wabiro dhi nyime ka ji ariyo modong' oting'o Soipan Tuya ma en jatend migawo mar alwora bang'e noduogo wale ne migawo mar jolweny kaachiel kod Julius Ogamba ma owal ne migawo mar somo. Gi kinde ni we wakawa yweyo moro matin wan bende nyakwa Ramogi ka warito winjo ni to ang'o gene ma biro wuok kendo kowuok e od bura mamalo kama chenro mar piedho jotend migepe mowal kata mogwel gi jatend piny William Ruto dhi e nyime gesari. Wakaw ywe nyakwa Ramogi en dakika odong' 4 mondo orom sa 10 odong' dakika 4 kama mondo orom sa 10 bang' thuolo machuok kende nyakwa Ramogi abro ng'isi mago mano wach motelo kod jotend migepe ma owal e lemo mag migepe ma osechopo e nyim komiti ma piedho mar neno ni bende gin kod nyalo moromo mar tayo migepe go. Mana bang' yweyo ni nyakwa Ramogi obro ng'isi mago manosetimore.
Dive into the vibrant world of Afrimax. Get ready for a whirlwind of color, flavor, and creativity on Viusasa. Watch as Dennis Chege transforms second-hand sneakers into stunning works of art for your feet.
This is what I'm talking about.
And that's not all. Beatrice brings a burst of innovation to baking with her unique and irresistible taste of creativity.
We call it baking with love.
Baking isn't just a recipe.
Nice.
It's a passion-filled journey through flavors and ideas.
This looks so amazing.
Tune in to Afrimax, where African stories come alive. Only on Viusasa.
Siganani medo minore gi weche mag miriambo kod miganga.
Meher kaul gil, yini biro timang'o? Kare.
To joma onge ketho ema hinyore ahinya.
Kuom higni 5 ne in kanye, baba in bende ni wuonda kai.
Weche hera medo bedo matek kendo mapek.
Akwayi ni mondo iniwuog e odni sani. An naseche iko kaka Samaira gi Sara biro timo arus.
Kata kamano, joma oherore ok nyal pando heragino.
Andisora. Aber. Avatar.
Ewi magi duto nyaka joot achiel chung kanyakla.
Ere kaka unyalo timo joma richo ka? An awinjo kan gi wichkuot mang'eny ahinya, adwaro mondo atemo kaka untie kae.
Choti Sardani. Wuok tich nyaka ngeso saa 2:15 otieno. Mana e Ramogi TV. Chakre kinde mosekalo nyaka e chuny ngima ma pile ka pile.
Tiprosa dawa iwacho ne riambo marach kendi dwa hewe kendi riambo moingo dawi.
Wuoth kodwa sama wanono sigendni mabeyo mag gwengewa. Ng'e ber kod rach, mor kod kuyo ma ng'ato nyalo yudo e wuodh ngima.
Asai mama. Nasekwiri ni okan mama ukicheki lunga gi nyingno ero. Mama nyisi.
Riuri kodwa mondo wane sinema mabeyo ahinya ma uwinjore wawinj kendo wamorgo.
Kendi ng'eno wono sipi mabeyo lakini nitie kuma kete mani.
Winam Cinema. Jumapil saa 2:15 otieno kod saa 4 otieno. Kik bai.
kae kulwand?
Ine miti kae waya madoli.
Waya madoli OMR?
Bende ananyalo luongi kata ni mama, kata mana waya madoli.
Ramogi machiegni koro adang'iyo mago manosetimore motelo kaluwore kod weche mowuok e nyim komiti ma ochung'ne piedho jotend migepe ma owal ne migepe mopogore opogore pacho ka nyako Ramogi par ne nyaka gie sani pod go gi kogno mar ng'iyo ni to bende giromo kod lemo go kata oyo. Nitiere moko ma odwoki lemo mane gintiere motelo kata bed nosepiedhgi ma opuodhgi kinde mokalo pod ipuodhogi kendo ipidhogi kendo mondo opuodhgi pod nitiere chilo moko manosemienogi kinde mane gitiyo mondo ng'e ni to bende giromo mar dok e migepe go kaluwore kod dwaro mar jopiny kod gik ma osetimore pacho ka. Kawachako twang'iyo motenre kod weche mag neno ni orie sekta makata migao mar arita mathurka. Jatend migao mogwel ne migao mar arita Kithure Kindiki ochikore gi chien ewi tembe obila e kinde mane gigayo jong'anyo ka okoni bad migao mar obila en bad migao mochung' kar kende kotelnegi kod ogai margi kendo kaka jatend migao ok nonyal donjore e tije mag obila koloso e kinde ma od bura ne dae dhoge ne migao no. Kindiki koni obila mane otiyo kod magena kuom jopiny owinjo duok penjo kigen. Opako obila kuom ne keto kenge mag rito mwandu mag jopiny kaachiel kod mago mag piny owacho kinde ng'anyo ko bende owacho ni gigeto mar loso chike mabiro neno ni oganda ok owito ngimagi kendo mwandu bende ok okethi e kinde mag ng'anyo ka bende chikego biro neno ni obila otiyo kaluwore kod dwaro mar chik. Kindiki en achiel kuom jotend migepe maromo 5 ma idayo dhogi kawuono ni e od bura.
You look at what happened in the last 2 months in this country, the demonstrations and the kind of things that happened, in my view, you look like somebody was lost. Your presence was not being felt. Your omnipresence was not being felt, if I may say so, because you could see abductions were happening, human rights abuses were happening, but the minister's voice was not being heard in that situation. What do you think, what makes you think that you can serve again in the same docket? But the next question is that you have also seen widely, you have been widely accused the last 2 months or the last 1 year that you've presided over human rights abuses from time you've been appointed CS till last month. Particularly what happened, for example, on 25th of July 2024 and also during the Azimio demonstrations last year. More than 75 Kenyans lost their lives. And last month also, more than 50 Kenyans lost their lives. So there's a feeling that the national police response to protest is stuck in the old way of doing things. So the question is, to what extent do you think ministerial responsibility for the brutality meted on Kenyans by security organs?
During my time in office, the policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration on policing, which includes zero tolerance on extrajudicial killings, zero tolerance on abuse of human rights, and restraints in the use of force. Limited only, the use of force being limited only to cases contemplated in the Constitution and the National Police Service Act and the schedule thereto in the defense of life of the officer or the life of the people of Kenya. Therefore, it is unfortunate that during a recent protest, we witnessed the death of 42 Kenyans. We also had injuries, 486 civilians and 385 police officers were injured. We had about 1,387 arrests. We had 54 police cars destroyed and 110 motor vehicles belonging to the people of Kenya also destroyed in those protests. Therefore, I want to submit as follows: that the operational responsibility of policing lies with the command of the National Police Service. It is my estimation that on a broader scale of things, generally, the police tried their best to protect the country against mobs of criminals, arsonists, and other dangerous people, including those who visited Parliament and wanted to kill parliamentarians and other people. The police did their best. And in the event, as it is possible, that any officer went beyond what is allowed in terms of the use of force, it is now the work of the Independent Police Oversight Authority and other accountability agencies to help the country to bring to closure the issue of justice for excess use of force.
Jotend Migepe Mogwel ne Migepe mar arita kethure gi ndiki oyango ni joma ni kod opande manyien mag maisha namba biro tiyo kodgi nyaka chop giyudo opande manyien. Magi owacho e kinde ma doho nyocha ne ong'ado ni opandego ok oluwore kod chik kendo golo chik mondo chung chenro mag goyogi chapa opandego ma idendo ni maisha card matiyo kuom higni 10. Kindiki kata kamano odok ne okang' mar piny owacho keto kinde ma opandego tiye, kolero ni ma en kaluwore kod lokruok e weche mag lony manyasani manyalo dwaro mondo med gundho gik moko e nonro ma oketi e opandego.
Introduce a 10-year ID. Just take into account that an ID in this country is everything. You can't enter a supermarket. You can't open a bank account. The old and PWDs cannot access social safety net funds without an ID. Now, if you are going to have that ID last for 10 years, then you must put in place a seamless renewal process so that people don't suffer because of failure to renew an ID card. And you, as if you are approved to go back to office, I would want to see that you draft regulations that will guide and manage renewal of IDs and bring to Parliament for approval.
I agree with your recommendation and guidance that we should consider a seamless transition from after the 10 years to avoid creating a crisis. I believe it will be possible because we had a similar situation with passports when we went into e-passports. So what you do, for example, is to say that the ID that has expired will continue operating until you get a new one, for example, because you cannot be faulted because of a government administrative measure. Number two, we will make sure that we anticipate and put in place a rapid response initiative where you deploy additional facilities, additional service points, additional personnel, even if it's on a temporary basis, at a time when many of these IDs will be expiring. But by and large, the old ID, the expired ID should work until when the state gives you a new one, because it's simply for technology purposes, safety features. It is not that we will give again another ID. It might even be the same, depending on whether or not we will consider that ID as being secure, a secure document by that time. With regard to regulations as guided, we will prioritize that, Mr. Speaker.
Kochiwo ler ne komiti onogo mar od bura madayo dho jotend Migepe Mogwel. Kithure Kindiki bende oyango ni sani en kod mwandu mane ginyalo romo $694,000 kowuok $544,000 mane en go kane pok oyiere kaka jatend migawo e telo mokwongo. Kindiki okoni magi oting'o utene 2 kod nyamburko mage to thoth omendago oyudo kokalo kuom kambine mar okil.
I have not benefited from any improper business I have not done any business with government. Let's start from there. I have not applied for any tender by myself, by proxy, by relative, or by anybody. Mr. Speaker, before I was appointed, my wealth was at 544 million. I said at that time, which I still do now, that I have run a business, which today I do not participate in that business. I don't practice law, but my law firm is alive and working, and much of that revenue has actually come through the revenue from my law firm, which is still active but being managed by other people. I think all my salary and allowances have been spent in paying bills. Therefore, most of the increment in my net worth is because of three things. One, the legal fees, some of which was actually pending by the time I was being appointed. And I said it here, that there are some unpaid legal fees, which some of them were paid. In fact, I remember 2 months after I was appointed, one of the clients paid a significant amount of legal fees, which had been pending. Other than that, I do small businesses and so forth and so on. None of my money has come from the public except the salary and the allowances that I'm entitled to.
Jotend migao mowale migao mar thieth Dr. Deborah Barasa osingo mar bago twak kod jokanyo duto e migao mar thieth mar bero chenro mag thieth e pacho ka. Barasa manochopo e nyim komiti mar od bura mamalo mondo mi odadhoge ne lemono olero lony mare mar ariyo e sekta mar thieth kendo ni kete kama ber mar tayo migao no e yo manimba. Komiti no kata kamano ne obedo geto kaniponono Barasa biro nyalo tayo migao no e yo makare kaluwore kod pek mar lemono moting'o achudhe kod jonjore masiko temo mondo roche chenro mag thieth kaachiel kod chenro mamoko mag migao.
I think the health sector suffers from real strong policies that can drive the sector, so that we have all these issues, these strikes and everything else really not in place. There's been the question that has been asked on, would you support a health service commission, which everybody else has been talking about? Probably that's the panacea for the problems that we have in health. So Dr. Deborah, my question is, what skills do you bring? Are you able to work with people much easier? There has been a lot of, the PS is saying this, the minister is saying this, the DG is saying this, the CECs in the counties are saying something else, the governors, Council of Governors is saying something else. How will you amalgamate all these things and bring real leadership in the health sector so that we do not have the problems that have deviled the health sector over the years?
From a leadership and a management perspective, it's always consultative. It's not a one-man show. The people, the National Technical Working Group, have been there for many years. They understand the situation. They understand the gaps. And they're able to come up with interventions. The thing that we need is to support them, to identify the gaps and come up with improvement plan. And so for me, I believe that it's critical that I give the leadership and bringing the people together to collaborate, to synergize, to harmonize, to improve the services that are being given.
NHIF, will you change the system, or whichever it comes, that a patient can only go to one hospital, nominated hospital, and if somebody gets sick anywhere in the country or anywhere, they cannot go to any other hospital but just one? Secondly, I don't know if you answered the same question by my colleague, would you consider that all health workers be moved to a health service commission, just like the TSC?
In addition, regarding the NHIF, the universal health care looks at offering accessible care, affordable care, and quality of care to all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and those with disability, among others. And so the issue of only being able to be seen in one hospital is not part of the universal health coverage. And hence, I believe that once we have implemented the UHC, first of all, the community health promoters will be able to improve the prevention, promotion, rehabilitative interventions within the community. So even for cancer cases, they'll be educated on preventive measures, and those who are having terminal illnesses, rehabilitation will be ongoing. Equally, strengthening the primary care networks is critical because it's the first contact and it filters the mild cases, ensuring that the severe cases are the only ones going to the other levels of care, and hence there's reduction in the overwhelming of other levels of care.
Ramogi mano Dr. Deborah Barasa ma oyier nakata war ne migao ma ochung weche mag thieth mondo ng'i chenro mopogore opogore mag thieth. Moko kuom gik ma bende rite neno ni oket kare chenro mag thieth e pacho ka nyakoro Ramogi kaachiel kod tieko ng'anyo ma kinde ka kinde mosebedo kuwuok kuom jochiw thieth moting'o riwruok mar lakteche ma pacho ka KMPDU, riwruok mar jochiw thieth ma nurses kaachiel kod mago mag apisa mochung' ne ute mag thieth kata clinical officers, to kod kidienje mamoko mag jothieth mosebedo ka bago ng'anyo moting'o nyaka jogo masango yien ne jotuo e kinde mag chope ute mag thieth, jogo mantiere kod lony e weche mag pimo tuoche mag jo laboratory kaachiel kod mamoko bende. Neno ni oket lai makare mar tudruok mag weche mag thieth kowuok e kor gwenge nyaka seche ma tudruok bedo e migao mar thieth tudo piny owacho mamalo kaachiel kod mag counties e weche mag thieth nyakoro Ramogi kaluwore kod bende ni thieth en mano moter ne piny owacho mag counties. Kata kamano sir mamoko nitie ma pod wuok e piny owacho mamalo, koro gin weche ma oketi. Chugo commission mochung' ne weche mag thieth en achiel kuom gima owacho ni en owuon osiro kod donjo e lemo mar bedo jatend migao mochung' ne weche mag thieth, to biro neno ni commission mar weche mag thieth bende oketi mar ng'iyo weche mag lakteche mana kaka itimo ne migao mar somo manitiere kod commission mandiko jopuonje tich miluongo ni Teacher Service Commission. Nyakoro Ramogi gi wach ma nyisi no koro terwa kuom jal machielo mwinjo bed ni donjo kuom komiti mochung' ne weche mag piedho jotelo mowal ne lemo mag migepe. Jalo ma koro dhi donjo iluongo ni Julius Ogamba manowal ne migao mar weche mag somo e pacho ka. Weche mag somo nyakoro Ramogi gin weche ma bende osebedo ka kelo penjo mathoth mawuok ka kod kacha. Bang' ne wuok mar mosenindo George Magoha kaka jatend migao mar weche mag somo e kinde mane telo mar manene jatend piny Uhuru Kenyatta orumo kendo nowuok ayanga kodhi rutaya, jatend piny Kenya William Ruto ne odonjo kod paro kama nochuga put mane ng'iyo weche mag somo nyakoro Ramogi, ahinya to somo mar lai manyien miluongo ni CBC. Weche mag CBC en achiel kuom midhiero ma osebedo e pacho ka penjo nyuolore ka kod kacha ka bende itae kare kata oyo. Ma en wach ma nyaka koro Julius Ogamba poni oyudo lemo mar bedo jatend migao mar somo ka opiedhe moyud ni oromo to biro rakore godo e kinde ni. Weche mag somo mar CBC oting'o ng'iyo ni to gin okenge mag mowinjo bed ni keto e bero rang'iny mar CBC kowuok e primary ma jidhiye junior secondary kata junior school ma jidhiye junior kata senior school ka jidhiye secondary nyakoro Ramogi mbalariany kaachiel kod mago gin gik ma nyaka ng'i koponi Julius Ogamba biro thuolo mar donjo. Weche mar ni to junior school owinjo bed ni bedo kama chalo nade, to bende nitiere chenro moket moromo mar neno ni lony mowinjore e kinde ma nyathi kata japuonjre wuok e primary ka donjo junior school nitie. Penjo osebedo ni to junior school mowinjo bed ni japuonjre chako ng'eyo godo ni to en lai mane mowinjo bed ni oluwo kaluwore kod lai machon maniluongo ni junior secondary. Owinjo bed ni gichako ng'eyo ni to gin ang'o gin nyalo mane ma japuonjre ni godo kowuok e primary kodonjo junior school ma koro biro kete e ondamo ma oluwore ka koro chope e senior secondary ma bende obiro kawo higni mamoko adek nyakoro Ramogi. Penjo en ni to bende oketo kenge mag neno ni ofweny kendo tieg japuonjre kaluwore kod gima en owuon onyalo bedo godo gi ng'eyo kod nyalo kod pok mare e biro time maber poni chieng' moro tieko sombe. Motelo e kinde mane jatend migawo mane ose retire kendo kata mane osedhi e yweyo ma bang'e to Nyasaye okawo, George Magoha ne nitiere moko kuom kuonde mane gere lai mag tayo somo mag junior school ne gin sekondar. Bang' donjo mar jatend piny William Ruto, chenro gi nowach ni duoko e primar. Penjo nosebedo ni to kuonde manoketi mane osechak gergi nitiyo kod gigo machalo nade, to bende primar nitie kod gigo madwarore e tayo junior school. Jopuonjre mag junior school bende osebedo ka obago ng'anyo e kinde mokalo chien ka iwacho ni ne nitiere akweda e ndiko margi. Kopogore kod mano, jatend migawo ma kalo makoro Ogamba nyalo kawo kare poni opuodhe, ne one ka odhi e rombe mag unji kata rombe mag alamoro, kendo ochalo ng'ama chiwo obok mag ndiko jopuonje tich. Penjo nobet ni to en nyaka karang'o ma jatend migawo kawo obok mag tich kendo pogore ji e rombe mag unji. Gin gik makoro ochomo Ogamba tir poni obiro puodhe ni migawo ni mondo ne ni to en to yo mane modhi tiyo godo e rieyo sekta mar somo. Kopogore kod mano bende penjo osebedo kaluwore kod yore mag chwalo omenda ne sikunde ma dho ngere dendo ni capitation. Jopuonj seche moko ywak ni omenda gideko e kinde migawo mar somo e kinde mokalo ne wacho ni ne yudo ka gisegolo omenda madhine sikunde. Ler mane makoro Ogamba biro tiyo godo neno ni omenda madhine sikunde ma iluongo ni school capitation ochopo e yo makare kinde sama owinjore. Gin penjo ma rito Ogamba nyakwara Ramogi kang' ochopo e nyim komiti ma piedho jood bura mowal mondo donje akra ma piedho jotelo mowal ne migepe mopogore opogore pacho ka nyakwara Ramogi ma bende dhi timore mana bang' thuolo ka giwuok e yweyo. Ogamba bende nyaka duk penjo kotende kod weche mag tayo sir mag somo e kuonde tiegruok kaachiel kod mbalariany. Ng'uro osebedo ni weche mag tayo tiegruok e kuonde mag somo kata mbalariany gin mago mosebedo kod pek kendo nyalo miyo pek jonyuol ma nyithindgi donjo e mbalariany. To en riekni mage Ogamba dhi bedo godo nyakwara Ramogi sama ibiro dadhoge wabiro winjane ni to owacho ni en ang'o ma odhi tiyo godo, jomage manyalo somo pachgi, to en owuon oparo nade, yo mane ma kotiyo godo to nyalo kelo fungruok ne japiny. Mageno margi mathoth en ni ka japuonjre kata nyathigi odhi e skul motieko somo moyudo tiegruok makare, to ginyalo bedo kod geno mar bedo kod ngima makare. Magin moko kuom ting' ma rito Ogamba. E kinde ni nyakwara Ramogi bende weche ma wacho go riwruok mar jopuonje osebedo ka wuoyo a piny ni samoro dipo ka weche mag somo kodhi kare ahinya koyaw tam mar adek kaluwore kod midhiero achiel ariyo adek mokwako sekta mar weche mag somo. Achiel kuomgi gin weche mag omenda madeko kapok ochopo ne sikunde. Dipo ni Ogamba biro timo duto manyalore poni opuodhe mar bedo jatend migawo mar somo ma jopuonj ne ni adier gin kod jal manyalo chung'negi kendo mawinjo dwachgi kendo machiko ite mar rieyo sekta mar somo. Pogruok ewi welo mar Ogamba kaka jatend migawo mochung'ne weche mag somo bende nyicha nonyuolo paro mopogore opogore ka bende moko kuom jokanyo e riwruok mar jopuonj kamoting'o mar NAT ne wacho ni Ogamba en jal ma ging'eyo ni nyalo konyo e rieyo sekta mar somo. Moko bende wacho ni gin giwegi gin kod to kod nyalo mar Ogamba e bedo jatend migawo no. Penjo en ni to Ogamba ni gang'o ma obiro pedho ne komiti makoro piedho joma wal ne bedo jotend migepe mabiro miyo gine ni adier kopogore kod chwech mare to en gi paro mane, lek mane ma en go ne nyathi Kenya mageno mare maduong' en ni kosomo motieko to onyalo yudo resruok. Ok samoro kata mane ndiko machiel kachiel to en gi ng'eyo manyalo konye e jiwo kaka onyalo yuto kendo konyo jogo ma ogeno kuome. Nyakwara Ramogi Julius Ogamba dhi bedo jatelo mabiro chopo e komiti no mondo en bende oduokie penjo mondo dadhoge piedhe kete ratil kete rachungi ni to bende en kod nyalo mar tayo migawo mar somo mosebedo kod weche maka kod kacha. To kopogore kod mano Nyakwara Ramogi kapok aduoki e od bura mamalo kama weche gi dhi e nyime, jatelo machielo ma bende oketie lai kawuono Nyakwara Ramogi en Soipan Tuya mane en jatend migawo mar weche mag alwora notayo weche mag pith yien Nyakwaramogi e pacho ka kendo nojiwo weche mag alwora. Kata kamano nyowale mondo bede migawo mochung' ne weche mag jolweny ma bende en achiel kuom migepe ma otenore kod weche mag arita Nyakwaramogi. En to biro wacho ang'o kowuok e migawo mar alwora kodhi e migawo mar jolweny? Wawinjane kaka weche dhi e od bura mamalo. Nyinge en George Bati.
And thereafter, in 1996, I took a break. I went to the University of London, where I had studied a diploma in the advanced legal studies. I got a diploma from there. Since that time, I've been practicing law, spanning almost 31 years as a private practitioner. I have represented various clients, both individual clients and corporate clients. I have also had a stint in politics. In 2007, I ran for parliament for Kitutu Church North, and 2017, and also in 2022, I ran for the Deputy Governor, Kisii County. In the year 2023, Honorable Speaker, I was appointed to chair the KenGen board, where I've had the opportunity to lead the board and the leadership team in that organization. I provided leadership since that time until I'm still a chair there. So I know that in leadership, you learn to lead organizations. You also have the opportunity to study in that organization. Honorable Speaker, in terms of my suitability to this position, I have had an experience, a large experience, in handling complicated matters in court. I have also had the opportunity to understand what the education docket entails. Honorable Speaker, our Constitution provides under Article 43, under Article 53, and also under Article 55 for provision of education to the children of this country. And the Ministry of Education, under the Basic Act, the Basic Education Act, and also the TVET Act, plus the Universities Act, expands that mandate so that the provisions therein are espoused and has to be undertaken by the Ministry of Education. The role of us here, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that those provisions, that mandate, is undertaken by offering leadership in policy and putting the team together so that they achieve the goals in that particular act.
That will do. I will invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. And we expect when questions are put to receive concise and precise answers to those questions.
Mr. Ogamba, as you are well aware, many Kenyans have put in a lot of complaints relating to the competency-based curriculum, complaining about the lack of facilities, training of the teachers or sufficient teachers. If you are confirmed, what would you change? What is your analysis of the situation, and how would you handle it if you are appointed to this position?
Thank you, Madam Deputy, for that question. I have listened to Kenyans on the issue of the CBC. It's a competency-based curriculum that came about in order to replace the 844 system that was there before. The issues that I have identified as a challenge in the Act and as a challenge in the program are three in number. There is a problem of lack of teachers. There is also a problem of the engagement of the parents in that program. There's also the challenge of the infrastructure that is supposed to be available to ensure that the CBC is done properly. In my view, the CBC, the competency-based curriculum, is a good program that came to ensure that the children who are learning get the benefit from their talents. So therefore, what would be done is to ensure that the parents understand what is required for them to be able to assist the children when they are undertaking this CBC.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, I just want to understand from you what is your take on government continuing good policies that exist. And why I ask that question is that our cabinet secretary is continuing with the good policies that they find there. In the education sector, we have found and we have seen in the past, every time a cabinet secretary comes in there, they think by changing policies that even are working is showing that they are working. So I want to understand what your take is on that, whether you will continue with the good policies that are working. And my second question is the whole issue of the new university funding model, whether you are aware of it, and what measures will you put in place to ensure that you communicate effectively, especially to the parents and guardians, on what the new university funding model is all about?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Naisula. The question of changing existing policies in an institution that are good is, I think, something that needs to be considered. I do not believe that as a CS, if you went to the institution and you found that there are things that are working, what you need to change is what is not working. So, because government is one, and you operate on continuity. It's a perpetual succession, so to speak. So if you find that a particular policy is working well, you do not need to change it. What you need to do is change that which is not working. On your second question on effective communication, it is true that there is a challenge with effective communication because some of the policies are complicated. So when they are not unbundled sufficiently for the public to understand them, it brings a bit of a challenge. I think what is not in doubt is that the university funding that you refer to, without a doubt, is a good program. It's a good program because the initial funding that existed was a funding that was going to universities as a block. And in that sense, each and every student was getting it without relating what they are receiving to their needs. The new funding model is a model that is based on the need of the student and the cost of the program. So that if, for example, you are able to fund your education, then based on the fact that you are able to, you should not be financed by government. And in that sense, the little funds that are available go to meet the needs of those who are most vulnerable. So in a manner of speaking, if this unbundling was done properly, then the public would understand what it is. Because the new funding model is a funding model based on the MTI, where parents are assessed using the means testing instrument so that we can determine what level are you, because there is a strata of 5 stages or 5 groups of students that get this funding. So the people or the students who are most vulnerable get the highest amount. Those ones who are of about 60%.
Majority Leader? You'll skip. Yes, Jeanette.
Chairman, I want to ask the nominee that, Okili, I hope you know what you're getting into. Because this Ministry of Education is not a joke. This is something very big all over the country with a lot of problems. And as you are aware, there was a new curriculum that was introduced midway, sometimes back in the former regime when they were almost leaving. And that program has given children and parents a lot of problems. People don't know whether you are in primary school or secondary school or university. You just continue going to school until you find yourself in university. Because all classes, there's a mix-up. Parents don't understand it, children don't understand. So the question I wanted to ask you is, what do you think is the intention of the competency-based curriculum? What do you think it is supposed to achieve in your own view? If you have done research or if you have thought over it, as now the man who's to become the minister, if you are approved by the House. And from your own analysis, just tell us 3 major issues that bedevil the education sector and how you intend to handle them. The second one, before I conclude, there is this new funding model that has been brought of the universities. And it's supposed to, as it has been put, it is supposed to help the needy and everybody and the people who are in need of fees and such kind of things. But as it is today, it looks like it's not working, and it has refused to work. And it has stopped the transition from secondary to university. Many families that are poor, who are depending on help and other models, are now suffering. Their children cannot go to school. What are your thoughts on that kind of modeling? Because as far as I am concerned, that model was borrowed from developed countries and fixed here when we have not achieved that level of model. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Now, the question that you ask on the 3 main problems that are bedeviling the education sector is a very important question. And in my view...
First, I ask you whether you know what you're getting into.
I'm coming into it. I'm coming into it, and that's why I've started with that one. Because when I thought about it, I realized that the main problem of the education sector is funding. Each and every problem that you can identify in the education sector, its root is funding. Funding in the sense that there is not sufficient money to cover all the programs and all the students in the country. So then I asked myself, just like you've asked me, do I know what I'm getting into? Is this something that I need to do to get in there? And I said, somebody has to do this job. So if you find that I'm suitable to take this position, my thoughts are the only way to solve the problem bedeviling the whole sector is to find a way of raising enough funds to ensure that the provisions of the Constitution with respect to education are covered. When I thought about it, I realized that there has not been a clear audit to find out, for instance, how many students do we have who need resources? How many funds do we have that cover these students? How many organizations are giving various assistance to these children? How many people are contributing every day towards the school fees of these children in the country? In other words, how much money is the whole country spending on education? So that we can come up to a decision on how that money can be harnessed in order to service the education sector and ensure that all the children in the country actually get free education as stipulated in the Constitution. So I said I would take up the challenge and work with all the stakeholders to find a solution to the funding problem. The second problem that I realized needs to be tackled is there are a lot of good policies and good laws in the education sector. But I realized that perhaps we are not adhering to those particular policies. What do I mean? I mean there is nothing in the education sector that is not provided for, but people are not obeying, or they are not faithful to those policies. So we have a problem of implementation of those policies, hence the need to find a way of ensuring that implementation is up to date. The question of the new curriculum-based, the competency-based curriculum that came about, it actually started in 2012. The 844 system, it came to replace the 844 system, which was basically exam-based. Exam-based in the sense that you have children doing exams. When they don't pass, the ones who pass go to university or to colleges. The ones who don't pass lose their way in the middle. So it became necessary to come up with a competency-based curriculum that recognizes the competencies and the talents of the other children who may not be as good as in the exams. That is why it is a program that will help, that carries every child along. So it is a good program, but it has not been understood fully by all the parties and all the stakeholders. So one of the things that needs to be done is to unbundle the various elements of that particular CBC and have that information passed on to the public so that they can understand. So there needs to be a lot of sensitization in that area because we are now in that program.
Yes, Nelson, has he finished your questions?
The new education funding model, I'd referred to it earlier. It started last year. It is only 1 year into operation. We are doing the second year now. It has some teething problems. And of course, one of the challenges that it has is the means testing instrument is not wide enough to capture everybody and to be able to identify everybody's level of income in order to know the children from those homes what level of funding should they get from the university. So it is working, and it's work in progress.
Nelson, Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question, Speaker, this is the most interesting candidate before us on this committee. And this is the reason why I'm saying, Speaker, I've heard him very clearly. And for the whole of his life, now he's remaining with 3 years for him to attain retirement age. Only 3 years. He has never worked in public service at all. Anywhere, he's not worked in public service. He's not been motivated or what? And in getting the suitability speaker and following what Honorable Junet said.
He's currently the chairman of Kengen.
Just the other day, Speaker. That's something. Just the other day. But in terms of suitability, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 7, which I want the candidate to be able to explain to this committee and maybe to convince me, what motivation has he in public service now, 3 years to his retire, while he was not motivated for the rest of his life, when he was very, very useful. Remember, Honorable Speaker, I'm not saying that he's not useful any longer, but to attain retirement age is only 3 years. Was that a headhunting or was that a reward? I want Mr. Miko to explain to this committee and the people of Kenya. This is not a joke ministry, as Honorable Bujune said. I don't know what it's to call. And you are coming in during a time when there is complications on CBC, funding, teachers, and so on. And you have never worked in public service. So my question is, what motivates you now, at your retirement age, to work in public service, Honorable Migos, for us to approve you? What is it? Convince me.
Let's take the next. Kikaria.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe my question to the nominee is, basic education faces so many challenges, one of which is capitation and the additional fee charged by schools. Secondly, there are those issues that arise because of the school feeding program. How do you plan to address these challenges to ensure timely disbursement of capitation funds and compliance with the Act provisions to eliminate additional fees, thereby ensuring accessible and inclusive education for all Kenyan children? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start with Honorable Gikaria's question on the basic education issue of capitation. The problem of capitation, or the issue of capitation, is a problem that is of a national nature. It is an issue that arises from the fact that we do not have enough resources in the country. In fact, in the capitation model, the government was supposed to do 80% of capitation to the schools. But at no time has it ever been able to give that figure either on time or in total. So there is a challenge in the money coming to the schools for them to be able to undertake their programs on time. So one of the things that may be brought to bear so that that problem is resolved would be agreeing with Treasury through Parliament that the sums of the budget of the ministry be ring-fenced, because it's a sensitive ministry, so that it gets released on time and released in totality. That is one of the ways that we can resolve the weakness in that particular area of capitation. There are programs and there are policies in place that do not allow the teachers in schools to raise or to give extra fees or levies from the parents. But there are some principals or some teachers or some schools that flout this particular requirement or this particular regulation. So therefore, what we would do is to ensure that we have a strict implementation of those policies by ensuring that we have a watertight disciplinary mechanism for those who actually flout those particular regulations and policies. On the school feeding program, it is a program that was rolled out by government to cover the ASAL counties where there are difficulties of getting food, and also the informal settlements in some towns. And it is currently covering 26 counties. We have a coverage of about 2.6 million children. And it is a program that has to be continued because it helps the students to be retained in school, and it helps them to come, and continue being in school. So what needs to be done is to come up with programs and policies that allow intergovernment agencies, for example, Kenya Meat Commission or the Cereals Board, so that we can utilize the amounts of money we have to be able to reach more children. It's a program that the government wants to continue, and it's a program that if I was nominated, I would continue to pursue. On the question of retirement age, I am not yet on that.
It's irrelevant. There's no age limit for a minister.
No age limit.
Mary?
Thank
Thank you, Chairman. I want to pick up from where...
Honorable Speaker. That question of age was building my question. And I was asking, what is his motivation in joining public service?
Yeah, let me answer about motivation, but not age.
Yes. But nobody
There's
asked
no
about
age limit provided in
exactly,
any law.
Honorable Speaker, but I'm also aware.
On being a minister.
That is true, Honorable Speaker, and I don't know whether you got my...
You say he has never worked in public service.
So I was
What is motivating him at this age to accept to be appointed?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that question. Let me just say that the job that I've been doing as an advocate and working in this country, I have also represented public institutions, so that it can't be argued that because I was in private practice, I have not had any motivation to work for the public. I've also done pro bono work for a lot of public institutions. As I indicated earlier, I've also doubled up in politics, running for parliament, and it's because I wanted to be or to work in the public sector and to assist a lot of the things that I see happening. So it's not true that I have no motivation to work in the public sector. And as I said, I'm currently the chairman of Kengen. We have done a lot of public programs. We've been able to resolve a lot of the issues that were there pending, ensuring that for the last 1 year, our plants have been 95% available, meaning we've been able to produce electricity at that level without it going below 90%, meaning I've been actually doing some work for the public.
Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the nominee is on free and compulsory basic education. The Act provides clearly that every child, up to 11, should have free compulsory basic education. And Section 28(2) mandates the Cabinet Secretary, in consultation with the National Education Board, to ensure the establishment of all learning institutions, be it the primary, the secondary, special needs, name them. But despite all these provisions, the Kenyan parent is still waiting to see this provision coming into fruition. I want to ask the nominee, what are you going to do? Because today, even the free JSS, today parents are being charged more money than even the Form 1s. All communication circulars from the ministry have been disregarded. What are you going to do? And we're receiving concerns from Kenyans telling us how we are splashing money at all levels by various institutions, NGCDF, county government, I don't know, there's presidential bursary. There are so many bursaries. What are your thoughts towards probably seeing how those funds are harnessed to ensure that we provide free compulsory basic education to Kenyans? Thank you.
Thank you.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the nominee has talked about CBC. If he is confirmed, grade 9 is just round the corner. And he is aware, he has said the funds are not there, they are not adequate. So what would be his position when we get to January next year? Where will the grade 9s be? Will they be in senior secondary, or will they still be in junior secondary where there are no classes? Because there are no JSS teachers, there are no interns for that matter. Secondly, there is a problem of all schools which retain exam slips, which there have been many circulars from all the ministers who have been there that they should not be retained. What is your thought on that? And the last one is special needs schools. They have been ignored completely by the Ministry of Education. If you are confirmed, what are you going to do about the special needs schools?
deal with those two.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the question on the parents being charged a lot of money by various institutions beyond what is indicated in the various circulars from the ministry. Honorable Speaker, the problem, as I understand it, is a problem that arises out of the Constitution with the formation of the constitutional, the independent constitutional body called TSC. In the Constitution, TSC is in charge of all the teachers, and it handles including the discipline of the teachers. Now, what then happens is the Ministry of Education is in charge of releasing funds to schools, and when those funds are not used properly, or when the teachers do not follow the circulars, the Ministry of Education doesn't have power to discipline those teachers. They have to go through, they have to prepare a report, go through TSC to give that punishment. So what has happened, because of the reforms that are taking place, there are consultations where we are supposed to work together, and what has come up is to agree with TSC so that with respect to principals, the Ministry of Education becomes an agent of TSC with respect to handling those aspects, especially where they do not follow the circulars from the ministry. So there are regulations that are being discussed as we speak, and once it is agreed, that then would be a problem of the past, because once an audit is done and it is found that a teacher has not done what he was supposed to do, then it is possible for the ministry to take action against that teacher directly without going through TSC. Then the question from Honorable Dawood, there were three. I will deal with the issue of retention of certificates, which has been a problem that has been there throughout, I think, the educational lifespan of Kenya. As I understand it, the schools are only agents of the National Examination Council with respect to certificates, so they are not supposed to retain the certificates. But there is a problem, and the problem is the retention of the certificates is because of non-clearance of fees, for example. So there is need to balance the question of the school needing its fees and the student requiring to have its certificate. So it is something that if you found that I'm fit to take up this position, would have to look into it, find out how far those discussions are, because they've been going on, and then we pick it up from there. Because I believe if it is a question of schools having pending bills vis-a-vis the pending school fees that the children have not paid, maybe we can have an audit and know the exact amount and do one block application either to Treasury through Parliament so that this is paid off, and then the children can get their certificate. So there is a possibility that there is a way that can be resolved if we come together and discuss it and see how best that problem can be resolved, because we have to get a balance. The special needs schools, under the capitation model, they do get an amount that is slightly higher than the normal schools. There are also programs and policies that require that, for example, where they need facilities, their allocation is supposed to be slightly higher. But because of lack of resources, it has become difficult to meet all their requirements. What then would be the solution to it is to come up with other programs or other thoughts where maybe we'll get partners to partner with them so that we can be able to handle the other extra requirements as an institution. But it is not something that I can here and now make a decision on what will be done, but I know that it is a problem that needs to be handled. Some of the children that have disabilities and other challenges are also in the normal schools, and they're integrated in those schools. But the programs or the provisions that require those schools to have the special, needs like ramps in those schools. Some of them have not been done. But again, that's because of the lack of resources. So really, if we are able to get resources, then we'd be able to handle that. On the question that he asked, Honorable Daud asked about the junior school, where it will be domiciled, I think the Presidential Task Force went through public participation, and they made a recommendation that the junior school needs to be domiciled in the current primary schools, so that and the reasons were two, mainly. The first reason was because it is going to be cost effective, because we have an extra 2 classes, that is standard 7 and 8. And then the other one was the issue of cost to the parents, where they felt that if they were to move to secondary school, they'll need to pay more for those uniforms and such other things. There was also the question of age, because it was felt that these children are much younger, and if they went to join their older brothers in high school, there might be a challenge there. So there is a decision that has already been reached that these schools, these children, this year 9 will be domiciled in.
There's a point of order here from the Deputy Speaker.
Yes. No, I'm saying when you say the age, you say it very lightly, because the age is a 10-year-old going to be able to be mixed with, children of the other gender and who are 18. There's a likelihood of sexual abuse.
Yes, that is the reason.
Yeah, so make sure that you're very passionate about
it. It was a well thought out decision because of those challenges where the older boys would perhaps, I wouldn't know, but they would perhaps end up molesting the younger boys, and that brings other challenges.
Point of order. But Mr. Speaker, the ones who would be in grade 9 would be the same age the Form 1s were before. So there are no 10-year-olds to go to grade 9. But what I am asking the nominee, grade 9, they do not have the classes in the junior secondary schools or the primary schools, where if you are confirmed, and it's only 3-4 months left, if you are confirmed, where are you going to take those grade 9s? And we do not even have labs in the primary schools or JSS. So where are you going to take them? It's only 3-4 months remaining. We need to think about it.
Very quickly, while in the high schools, we will have empty 2 classes and a laboratory or 2 which are full there. So I don't know what we will use those classrooms for while we don't have them in the primary schools.
Yeah, I was actually coming to that. Thank you for those interjections. When the decision was reached that grade 9 or the junior school will be domiciled in primary schools.
Migos,
yes.
You are answering questions as if you are a minister in office defending a position. You are a nominee minister. The questions being put to you is for you to tell this committee whether what they're asking you, the vetting members, whether what they're asking you is okay with you, or you will institute changes, and in your view, what you will do if you become the minister. Because you are now talking as if you are defending a position you already hold, which is not the case.
Thank you for that guidance. My personal position is the decision to have the junior school domiciled in the primary school is the correct one. And it is a position that if you found it fit for me to become minister, I would enforce. And how would I do that? An audit has been done to determine that there are 16,000 classrooms that are required. So far, 3,500 are under construction, and they're likely to be ready in the next 2 or 3 months. The other 7,500, I understand, are supposed to start in October, and they'll take 3 months. The shortage that will be there then comes to 5,000. This 5,000, then we have to do a systematic check to find out whether the adjacent schools where there will be no Form 1s, the children can go and study in those particular classrooms. So
yes. Majority Leader.
Chair, I had skipped asking a question because I had wanted to hear the nominee. Now that I've heard him, and you have put the question very well to him, paraphrased what the Honorable Dawood was asking. And he's telling us that he is confident JSS grade 9 would sit well in primary schools, whereas many of us in this room, because we are dealing with these issues on a day-to-day basis, there are members in Parliament who will tell you there are schools that are 20, 15 kilometers apart. So if you tell us that you will have some kids taken to a school neighboring where they'll be hosted, then I can tell you it's going to be very impractical. And I think the direct question we wanted to hear from you, Mr. Migosi, was, maybe just let me start from where Kenyans are asking, because they were asking, you are the running mate of the former cabinet secretary, Ezekiel Machogu. Kenyans have been asking, is this the right person for the job, or is he going to just be an appendage of the person he was running as deputy governor for? You are now telling us that you are confident what had been started before you even get to the ministry would work. And we have 8 classrooms, for instance, in a primary school. Secondary schools have at least 4 classrooms in a single stream school. If you take grade 9 to the primary school, you need to construct a classroom and leave a classroom empty in the secondary school. You will have no laboratories in the secondary schools, in the primary schools, whereas you have them in the secondary schools. You are telling us you need 16,000 classrooms. You said here that one of the challenges, or rather any problem that you have identified in the ministry from the briefing probably you have gotten from the PSS and other ministry officials, relates to funding. So if you have 16,000 classrooms shortage, on average a classroom will take 800,000 to 1 million shillings if done by CDF. If done by the ministry, on average it takes about 2 million shillings. So are you telling us you will, within the next 5-6 months before January, to be able to accommodate grade 9 in primary schools, be in a position to raise, is that almost 32 billion shillings for building of classrooms? And my direct question is, do you have the courage to change that which is not working in the Ministry of Education?
Thank you, Honorable Chunga, for that. What I'm saying...
You said what I told you less politely.
Yes.
Now, go on.
What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is if we have a problem, we got to get a solution for it.
Right.
There is no question that Year 9s will not be in class in January.
The question is,
one way or
which class? In primary section or in secondary section?
Yes. So my position was a philosophical position that domiciling it in primary school made sense. But if we find...
Now move from philosophical to
practical. Now, if we find... if we find that philosophical position is not practical while you are in position with the facts and factors that will be provided at that point, then we got to make a decision because the children must learn. So what I can say here...
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes. What I can say here is that I'm ready to take the decision that is in the best interest of the children.
The children of Kenya.
Yes.
And you have the courage to do so.
And have the courage to do so.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Mr. Speaker.
Ferdinand.
And you can only Speaker.
Okay, we'll go to the next.
Let me come in.
Yes. He can only give that decision if he becomes the minister, he says.
Yes. Let me come in now. Appointee.
Switch off your mic.
Yeah. So I just want to ask you a very specific question, which I've also and I'm going through at my constituency and I hope elsewhere as well. This is on the learner with disability. Learners with disability in this country are facing a lot of problems. I see some of them and I said, what the hell is this? To access education has been a problem. Just because we don't have enough schools that can take care of that. Of course, there's special need to have the teachers who are specialized in that. I want you to tell me what would you do, because to be able to deal with these disadvantaged children in our society. How would you, if you became a Minister of Education? Because that has not been addressed for quite some time now.
Rugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions to the nominee. The first one is, we've just come out of a strike by the intern teachers demanding confirmation, and in as much as that was directed at TSC, policy on education is by the ministry, and TSC just takes care of the human resource element of the teachers. There is also a threat, as we speak, of yet another strike, which means if it is not addressed properly, then our children's learning may be interfered with. My question to you is, how do you intend to relate with the TSC, which, according to the teachers, is accused of high-handedness and mistreating them? And the example they give is the recent sacking of 742 interns who claim to have been unfairly and procedurally dismissed just because they exercised their constitutional right to go on strike. So how would you, as the policy maker, relate with the TSC? Number two, as regards the classes, because that is the biggest infrastructure for schools, there are areas that are highly disadvantaged. Would you espouse a policy of affirmative action in respect of areas where these classes and classrooms are highly required?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee for education the following question. The Minister of Education disburses a school capitation where each child is supposed to get 1,420 for primary and around 15,000 for per annum for junior secondary school. The NEMI system is based on availability of birth certificate for pupils as foolproof for accountability. So you present a birth certificate and the child gets money. Kids without birth certificates end up not being given capitation, and yet they are in school and require funds. There are schools with over 1,500 kids who get capitation for only 350 kids because the other kids do not have birth certificates. This, for me, is a constitutional issue because it speaks to discrimination. That children are being discriminated in school. You're actually growing rich schools, poor schools, because children have birth certificates, others do not have birth certificates. The kids are denied funds for an administrative issue that is not their making. The ministry needs to look for a no punitive measure or a non-punitive measure to ensure schools are capitalized and every student gets his or her fair share. This has resulted to poor schools and rich schools. All schools must get capitation based on all kids in school and not only kids with birth certificates. That's the background I'm trying to lay there. Nominee, I want to ask you this. How will you stop this discrimination if you are approved as a Cabinet Secretary for Education? Secondly, how will you improve on NEMIS to ensure there's no corruption, that it captures all kids
without necessarily having a birth, whether the child has a birth certificate or not. The birth certificate is supposed to get funding. I suffer that because I come from a community traditionally that has never looked for birth certificates when children are born, and therefore my schools get a quarter of the capitation they're supposed to get. And this spreads in northeastern Kenya, in other places where birth certificates has not been really a significant thing. How will you handle this, nominee? Thank you.
You can deal with those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Wanyonyi's question with respect to special schools and children with disabilities, the learners. The only solution to handle that situation is to come up with an affirmative action program. Because in a society where we have a number of our children in that weak position, it is upon us to come up with programs and support them first. So if I was to become the CS for education, I would immediately ensure that an audit is done, find out how many schools are there for these children, how many they are, and what they require, and create a specific affirmative action for them so that they can be able to be brought up to the level of the other children. That's what I would do, to access education just like everybody else. To Honorable Mugara's question with respect to the strikes and the threat that is coming up, this morning when I woke up and yesterday, the Finance Bill 2023 was also declared null and void, meaning we are back to utilizing the Finance Bill of 2022. Which means that the question of resources is shrinking even further. The threat of the strike by the teachers is based on their collective bargaining agreement, which was supposed to be effected, I think, from this July. Now, it is imperative that we arrest that situation by one, ensuring that we have clear and forthright discussions with the unions, so that we are able to come up with a solution, because they also live in this country. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that because in 2019, when we had COVID, it was not possible to sign a monetary CBA with the unions. So when TSC discussed with them, they agreed to sign a non-monetary CBA. That gives me hope that these are Kenyans and they'll be able to see the real situation on the ground and will agree to come up with a working solution, even if it is to defer some of their needs so that they do not go on strike. On the high-handedness of TSC, I plan to have discussions and meetings with them, because I believe that sometimes what creates friction is maybe non-discussions or non-meetings with these other colleagues or other players in the sector. One of the things that I think works, and I've seen it work from Kengen, where I come from, is when people have different positions and then you shoot letters to each other, then it becomes even more complicated. If we were to have the issues reduced and then we sit together, we will be able to find out what is the problem, what is the reason why they are not following or they are not adhering to the circulars that are being issued. The reason is because all of us, the Ministry of Education, the TSC, the unions, the associations, the stakeholders, the sponsors, the religious sponsors, all of us are working for the children of Kenya. So if the interest is that of the children, we should be able to get a solution to whatever problem that we face if we discuss it openly. With respect to disadvantaged areas where we need to ensure that the children have their particular classes, it is a problem that needs to be solved. And one of the ways this can be done is by partnering with other organizations. For instance, you would work with organizations to build affordable classes from which then we could lease and pay them in installments. So we could look at the situation the way it is and come up with affirmative action to ensure that those classes are there, because those children will be disadvantaged if we don't organize for them to have the classes to be able to study. Honorable Owen, the question on the children not being captured in NEMIS. It is true. The NEMIS tool is based on the birth certificates. And where there is no birth certificate, the children are not captured. If they are not captured, then they don't get the capitation. So it is straight away a discrimination on those children, because the Constitution under Article 53 does not say the children that are supposed to be funded have to have a birth certificate. It just says the children of Kenya must get their education. So what has happened after that, I think problem was raised with the ministry. A group or a team was formed, and they have undertaken a physical census, a 50-day physical census of the children in the country, and that exercise is ending tomorrow. Once that is done, those children will be fed into the system. In the meantime, the NEMIS is not comprehensive enough. So there's a proposal to come up with a larger ICT program, which we are calling KEMIS, the Kenya Education National Management Information System, whereby it will capture not only the children from birth or from entering school, but it will capture everything else. There'll be what do you call them? You call them modules inside there that capture everything relating to the student, so that you are given a number when you enter school, and you stay with this number until you get employed. So that if you go to a particular school, it will show you've gone to this school. If you graduate, it will show you graduated with this degree. So until the time you get employed, then you can change the numbers at that point. This also helps us resolve the issue of certificates, or fake certificates as are known in this country. So that problem is being addressed, and it's a genuine problem, and I believe it is something that if I became CS, I would follow personally to ensure it is done.
Yes, as Honorable Mbui comes on, nominee, would you consider on dealing with Owen Byers' issue, would it not be prudent for you to engage the registrar of births and deaths to go around schools and issue certificates, birth certificates to children, especially in disadvantaged areas?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, because once this exercise ends tomorrow and we have the report showing which schools or which students do not have birth certificates, then we can engage them to go and issue those birth certificates. It's a possibility.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Migos, you know, the issue of capitation is normally very low based on the amounts that are given and constantly delayed. How do you feel that you deal with this issue? Then there's also the reference all the time to free primary education, free secondary education, yet we are aware that parents have to pay for teachers that are paid for by parents under BOM. And also we have constant, every time we have exams, the parents have to pay for them. Co-curricular activities, parents have to pay for them. So the uniforms, parents have to pay. So will you consider dropping this misleading term of free education from Kenyan education sector, or will you make it really free? And finally, the Basic Education Act is very clear that no child should be sent away from school for whatever reason. But this is constantly happening, because if you go to all our rural areas, you find children walking back home during the day for, small amounts of money, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 shillings, 100 shillings. What will you do to deal with this menace?
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is nominee. How will you propose to enhance teachers' training, teachers' evaluation and monitoring, teachers' accountability and professional development to enhance quality education in Kenya?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Dr. Julius, your predecessor was actually a district officer, was a district commissioner. So he has a fairly feel of the different parts of this country, including the most rural and marginalized areas. I don't want to repeat what Honorable Kosing said. You haven't worked in public service, and you haven't worked in education, other than getting educated. My serious concern, really very serious concern, is there are too many moving things in education. And the first thing which I want to take up with you is NACONEC. The idea of coming up with NACONEC from the beginning is to allow access to education for the nomadic children, the pastoralists, the most marginalized people in this country. But within very few years, NACONEC has been turned into some sort of paltry for all disadvantaged enclaves in Kenya, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and all that. Going forward, if the House approves your nomination, how will you help in terms of bringing back NACONEC online to address the mandate for which it was founded in the first place? Secondly, it is this issue of TVET. I think honorable colleagues have touched on, but I want to repeat. The idea of having TVET institution is once we lost the middle level colleges, I think in the late 80s and 90s, then TVET is found that this is a serious gap in our education, particularly on the side of technical skills. With the current funding model, a lot of those youngsters are likely to drop out of those institutions. What would be your plan or a strategy to make sure that those learners remain in those institutions until they qualify? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Nominee, answer those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the Honorable Mbui's question on the low capitation. The low capitation is an issue that is tied to the low funding in the government. As I said earlier, the government was supposed to be funding 80%, but the capitation that has been going to schools is far much less than that 80%, and that's a problem of not having enough funds coming from Treasury. And of course, there's a bigger problem in that the economy is not able to meet those obligations. And the issue relating to the primary, the schools not being free, education not being free, because of these other additions that actually sometimes lead to even the figures being higher than the school fees that is supposed to be paid, and then using that to send the children home. That is a violation of actually the policy that exists, and it boils down to the issue that I had raised earlier of the difficulty in ensuring that those who flout these laws are punished. And the solution to that is to ensure that we are able to come up with a fund that will totally cover the costs of education in the country, so that the children just go to school and the government pays for everything, so that the question of sending them home, retaining certificates do not arise. And that's what I was saying earlier, that perhaps it is time we have a conversation as to what is the actual amount of money in this country is everybody spending on education, and what is the amount of money in this country that we need yearly to cover for all the children so that it is completely free. If that audit was done, on one hand, the amount of money from various units, because you go to CDF, you'll find a bursary, you go to counties, there's a bursary, you go to the private sector, there is a bursary, there are scholarships that come from other institutions that cover certain parts, but nobody has done an audit to find out for sure how much, and then there's capitation, etc. How much is it that is going to this particular sector called education? Because it then happens that because there is no coordination, there is duplicity. Some people get more. Some people get more than 3, 4 amounts coming from the various institutions. Others get nothing. So if we did, on the one hand, that particular audit, and then on the other one, we find out for sure how much do we need per child from class 1 all the way to university. If we find then that there is a gap, then we come up and find out how do we fill that gap. I wouldn't say what it is, because once you do it, you might find that we actually have more money than we need, in which case we'll be okay. But if we find that there is less money, then what do we do? Do we come up with an education bond, for example, to cover that part so that every child goes to school for that period? So it is time we need to have that conversation, including with the private sector, because the private sector, when they give scholarships, they are giving to these children. So if we come together as a country, we will be able to solve that problem. The challenge that we have now is everybody operates in isolation. Everybody is doing their things in isolation. You can't read what is happening. One arm, you can't see what is happening on the other side. But if we were open, transparent, and then we say this is what we have, this is the problem we have, then we'll be able to solve it. So that is the way I would go into it to solve this problem once and for all. Indeed, on the question of uniforms, for example, if it was taken up by government, for example, we have NYS, they can do the uniforms, we can work with other textile companies, then these ones do the uniforms and we distribute them to the children. So we would have solved that problem of uniforms. But we have to have that conversation to see what is the best way that that can be resolved. Honorable Mule, teachers training. We now have the new CBC system, and teachers have been undergoing a lot of training and retooling. For instance, next year we don't have Form 1s. What is going to happen to the teachers who have been teaching Form 1? So we need to address that question. The teachers who are teaching Year 9, are they well equipped to do that teaching? In fact, when I was talking to TSC yesterday or the day before, they told me there has not been a rationalization of teachers. There are situations where, for example, in primary school as we speak, they have an excess of 18,000 teachers. And this excess of 18,000 teachers came about by the issue relating to delocalization, the removal of that policy of delocalization. And then on the other hand, we have 400,000 teachers who are trained and they are not employed. On the other hand, we have a shortfall of 106,000 teachers that we need to bring in for us to be able to do the CBC up to the level where we are. So we have a problem of policies that operate in cross purposes. So there is room for us to sit down and rationalize and say, are these the type of teachers we need for this course? If I can go further, I was talking to the university team, and they said in this year, 173 students have applied to go to the university. 53,000 of those are teachers. They are going for education. So we already have 400,000. We have 53,000 applying to come in. We then have universities that are not able to meet their obligations, but they are offering these courses. Are they offering the right courses? So it is a question of us sitting down and looking at the whole sector to try and understand what is really ailing us vis-a-vis what we are offering. Because you cannot be offering courses where you have 400,000 people already out. You are bringing in 53,000 just because we employed 58,000 the other day. So everybody thinks when I come out, I'm going to get a job. In 4 years, we'll be having 600,000 teachers or 700,000 teachers. But on the other hand, we have 18,000 that are not told properly to deal with the system that we have. And all this comes to us, and that duplicity works backwards to raising the cost of education in this country. So what we need to do is frank, be forthright, and say, let us look at this problem in its entirety and look at it so that we can get a solution. And if every day when you wake up making a decision in the education sector under Article 129, and you say you are doing this for the benefit of the children, you will make the right decision. You would make the right decision, and this problem would be resolved. Going to Russell's question on not having worked in the public sector, I'm very passionate about the public sector. As I sit here, I have educated over 600 children. They've gone to various universities and various schools. I come from a humble background. I have seen what education can do. And I know when you disadvantage a child, you've taken away their life. Because without education is the only thing that can help children in this country move to where they are supposed to be. So we must, as we wake up, if you are in the sector, ask yourself, this decision I'm making, is it for the benefit and the interest of the child? If you find that the answer is no, and you're in the public sector, then you're in the wrong place. You must answer that question correctly. So in terms of NACONEC, it is true, it was a program that was supposed to deal with the ASAL areas. But the disadvantage in, for example, Northeastern, is not different from the disadvantage from a child who lives in the slums in Mathare. They are both Kenyan children. So if we are able to get enough resources to cover for the children in Northeastern, we should be doing it for those other informal sectors. The question should be, how do we raise the funds so that we move from covering 2.6 million children to 10 million children? Because they are all children of this country. So what we need to be working on is not reducing what NACONEC is doing, but expanding it. Is not reducing what the school feeding program is doing, but expanding it. Because with that expansion, you know, somebody who is hungry in Northeastern is the same hunger that somebody suffers in another place. So we just need to accept that we are all Kenyans and we need to resolve the problems that we have in the best way possible. So if I was to become nominee, I would expand NACONEC. I would not reduce it. I would look for resources to ensure that in Northeastern, even the children who are following their parents, create caravan schools so that they go together with their parents and they are being followed to study. So that, I mean, it is not rocket science. Those children are our children who are in this country. Yeah. And we cannot have a country where you do not enjoy the benefits of the country.
Shuria.
Oh, he has not answered the question on TVET.
On TVET.
TVET.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Concise and precise.
The TVET is a very important program. The TVETs are being constructed in all the 290 constituencies. We have done, or they have done 252. I think there are 52 remaining. And what I would do for TVET is create the TVET colleges in the country and isolate a few to become centers of excellence. Because what is happening is, like, we are in Kenya and we have countries like Sudan, Congo, and they're not as advanced in the TVET using the technical studies as we are. So that we can have students coming from other countries to study in our colleges here in order to raise the funds. With respect to the dropout is because of the funding. So as a government or as a country, we need to start thinking, what other revenue, self-revenue collection, raising revenue methods can we come up with so that we can be able to sustain ourselves? And that is part of it. The other thing that needs to be done is we have major projects that take place in the country. We need to develop a mechanism where if we are going to undertake, say, the expressway project, we identify how many trades, how many disciplines are in that project, so that we inbuild a component in the project where the students from these TVET colleges would work in that particular project, both as learning, because the TVET you do 50% in class and 50% with the industries, and work with the industry so that we do not lose that momentum. So we need to keep going and expanding.
Thank you. Shuria? Kama huna swali ni sawa sawa.
Niko na swali, Bwana Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Bwana nominee, there's a lot of uproar in the education sector, and I was glad when you picked the issue of the finance bill. I'm not sure if you're aware of the High Court judgment on the constitutional petition 371 of 2021, Nelson Harvey versus Cabinet Secretary for Education, and 7 others on the CBC. What's your take on the judgment?
I haven't had a chance to look at the judgment. Maybe when I get a chance to look at it, then I'll get back to you. I actually not looked at it. Thank you.
Nishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, there's been a tendency whereby some TSC teachers, when they are posted to ASAL areas, they refuse to go on the basis of insecurity. This has really disadvantaged the learners from those areas to an extent that some of them drop some subject because they don't have teachers. What policies are you going to put in place to ensure that these students or learners from ASAL areas are not disadvantaged in terms of education? My second question, there have been recent research, and it has been noted that there's quite a number of girls dropping from school due to early pregnancies. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that these girls are given a second chance to learn and they're not expelled from school until they're ready to give birth? And after giving birth and having maternity, they can be reinstated back to the school so that they finish their education. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mukami? Amisi? Caleb?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to know, the nominee, what your views on the continuous delay of the disbursement of HELB loan. It has become a thorn in the flesh. Most university students are on the streets on the same, and also the arbitrary increase in the university fees that is now making education look like a privilege rather than it's supposed to be for everyone. Then lastly, Speaker, the late Dr. Griffin, the former founder of Starehe Boys Center, where I schooled, once told us that if you are given a glass or a coffee cup, you wash it. Wash it as if there's no any other coffee cup that has been washed before. And the nominee, you are going to a very sensitive ministry. We've heard all these stories now and before on how you expect to do education. To me, is like an economic necessity to this country. It's a major pillar of any nation. And Honorable Speaker, from even the elementary to secondary to the university, if you look at the ASEAN countries, the development parts of Singapore, South Korea, Japan, it mostly was on education. They streamlined the education sector. When you report to office upon approval, if in case you are approved, what is these radical measures you are going to introduce in that ministry? What is this miracle? How are you going to perform the miracle, and what are the paraphernalias of this miracle? Because we need to see, we've been hearing these stories, so what is this that we are going to see in the Ministry of Education for once, when maybe in 100 days of your service to that ministry?
Answer those, Migos.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To Honorable Mish's question on the northeastern teachers refusing to go because of insecurity. This has been a teething and thorny problem for TSC, and the only way this can be done is if we work together with the Ministry of Interior to come up with parameters and strategies to ensure that the teachers are secured. And one of those would be perhaps coming up with low-cost boarding schools so that the student can be studying in one place that can be easily secured. On the question of girls' pregnancy, the ministry's policy is that they are not supposed to be sent away and they are supposed to be given a chance to come back and continue with their studies. We don't have a policy where if they become pregnant, then that's the end of their life. That changed. It was there before, but it has since changed. To Honorable Mrs. question on the continuous delay on HELB loans, this again is a problem of the resources being released on time and the issue relating to the collections of those who have already gone before. I understand that there is a study that is going on to find out whether HELB can come up with a bond to ensure that they have enough resources to cover the students so that we avoid this problem. On the issue of the increase on fees, I understand the fees has not increased for the programs. What has happened is that before, the program's cost was not being indicated. Now with the new funding model, the program amount is being indicated and the parents are thinking the fees has been increased from what was being given as capitation. So the fees, as I understand it, are not increased, and what would happen is under the new funding model, the student is still getting funded through the scholarship and help as to ensure that they are not paying more than they were supposed to be paying before. On the question of what I would do...
Excuse me, Mr. Nominee. You know, when you said that the money being indicated as school fees is the actual cost as costed by the ministry. But when a parent in the village receives a school fees, invitation admission letter that has 350,000, 450,000, can you imagine the panic you're causing across the country? It is careless and not strategic. This is how you build anger in the country. So the letter should just have the exact cost per household cost, not the full amount, because the rest is being covered by the Higher Education Fund and HELP. So I hope you're going to change that if you're confirmed.
Thank you, Madam.
Related. Sorry to interrupt. Maybe Mr. Migos, you could also tell us in relation to that university funding, what would be your view on the funding using public resources of students who are in private universities? Well, across the country we have universities and campuses that are almost closing down because they don't have students being sent to them by COOPs, or the Kenya Colleges and Universities Placement Services.
Speaker, allow me briefly. On the same issue on the university funding model, their students, you'll have to have a criteria on determining who's the most vulnerable or poor. And what we have seen is that you have a category of children of single parents and a category of children who are orphans. And you give different, what measures will be put in place to ensure that you actually get the most vulnerable in the community and not disadvantage them in the new university funding model?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finish the other round. Then
yes, I was going to...
You're going to
the issue of the miracle that I would do in 100 days. There is no miracle that I'm going to perform. That there is a problem in the sector and is a problem that needs to be faced head on. So there'll be discussions on what do we do to solve those problems, and I'll not be able to do it alone. But I will offer leadership and hold discussions and consultations with each and everybody who is involved in the sector. For example, with respect to not having enough classes so that the children can be in school, the year 9 children can be in school in January, is an immediate problem. So that's a problem that takes priority that we need to look at and solve. So I can't sit here and say I have a miracle solution to all the problems that are there, but what I can do is say I'm ready and willing and able to offer leadership to get the kind of solutions that are required in the sector.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say miracle in literal terms. You know, Honorable Speaker, when you stand to be a president of Kenya, you know what ails the country. You tell the people, this is the problem of this nation. This is what I want to solve. That's what I need to hear from the nominee. This is the problem of the Ministry of Education. This is how I intended to solve. You can't say, I will get there and consult. What are you consulting on? On what?
Because Waswahili wanasema kila shetani na mbuyu wake.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. What I can say is the challenge, as I said earlier, is a question of funding. So when I get to office, if you sit fit to approve my nomination, I see a solution in this way. In the monies that we are giving to the education sector, which is 27% of the budget, is this fund being used for the purpose for which it was meant? The UNESCO recommendation is that any country should spend not more than 20% of its budget in education. So we are spending 27. We are already above by 7%. It is not going to be possible to get probably more funding from the central government.
You know,
so the solution must be
Migos by Emase and somebody else. Duplex applications of public resources.
Yes.
Take the issue of bursaries. The MCA is giving bursary. The Member of Parliament is giving bursary. The Women Rep is giving bursary. The Governor is giving bursary. Your ministry is giving bursary. Banks are giving scholarships. And many other organizations. Apart from the banks, all the others are drawing money from the same source. And sometimes you find fraudulent activities where one child gets a bursary from each of those giving bursaries. How are you going to reform the bursary scheme that will largely contribute in saving probably even 10 billion shillings?
Yes, Chair.
Honorable.
Chair, we also have TVET and also the technical schools doing the same thing.
Yes, I do. So as I had indicated earlier, because we've not done an audit of how many amounts of how much money is being used for this particular sector, that is the first thing I would commission, an audit to find out how much money is out here for the...
And you have the current dismantle of these cartels?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. You are asked by Jeanette.
Yes, I'm going.
You know what you are walking into.
Yes, I understand that. There are cartels and other people, but we come at this time, at a critical time when there is a crisis. Using this crisis, it is very possible to dismantle the cartels because with the support, the political support, the parliamentary support, and the support from the public. If we say today that we know you've been doing the wrong thing, we will report you. Somebody would think twice before they continue with what they are doing. So I would use this crisis to dismantle the cartels that exist there. But on the issue of private universities that Mheshimiwa Ichung'wa asked, what the students who are going to private universities are getting is the loan facet, not the scholarship. So, and this is born out of the contention that the parents have chosen to take their children to private universities. They should be able to fund that. So they are getting the loan portion of the the funding, not the scholarship portion.
That is under the new funding model.
Yes, that is under the new funding model.
There are students who are ongoing under the old DUC system.
Yes, the ongoing students under the DUC system are still getting the capitation. And speaking as an advocate, I think once you give somebody a right, if you start taking it in the middle, it becomes a bit bad. So I'm thinking that maybe...
my question was, what's your opinion on funding, using public resources to fund students in private universities? Or rather, even start from placement. Yes. Why do we have to place students in private universities where we have not filled up all the vacancies we have in public universities built on public resources, or reeling in huge debt because they don't have adequate resources since they don't have students? If approved, would you push COOPs to send more students to private or to public universities, irrespective of whether it's just because even the loan element is public resources?
Yes. What I think can be done is to review the policy that is in place, find out how did that policy come to be, because it's ongoing. The one for the new funding model has changed, but the previous one on capitation was a policy that was in place and was going on. So, and then we can do up the math and find out if it's just maybe 2 years that are remaining or 3, but it's not something that I can speak to at the moment. It is something that perhaps that I need to do more research on in order to be able to come to an informed decision.
Yes.
Madam Lesuda's question on how do we determine who is the most vulnerable. The tool that is used is called the means testing instrument that has 8 parameters. We think that those parameters are not comprehensive enough because it does not identify and they are not linked sufficiently to determine what the incomes of those parents are. So what we think is that it needs to be expanded and linked, because what has happened is you would find the rich not filling the proper figures and the poor, because sometimes of lack of knowledge, they do not put in the right information. So we need to come up with a tool akin to the psychometric test, where you can put so many answers, but at the end, you get the correct result.
Because I'll be more comfortable if you say, if confirmed, I will come up with a tool.
If confirmed. No? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. If confirmed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Because you are going to give policy direction to the ministry.
Yes, if confirmed.
Yes, so when, okay, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. But I will not talk again, but I wanted to just say to the nominee, if you get this opportunity to serve Kenyans in that docket, because I've listened to you carefully and you keep talking about money. All your solutions seem to be around having a budget. I want to assure you that as a parliament, we are just about to pass a very rationalized budget, where budget cuts are across the whole, all the ministries. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, Migosi, I think we'll end there. There are some Kenyans sending in messages. Many you have answered. One says, ensure TVET students get their certificates from their colleges within a month of graduating. The domicile of JSS we have dealt with. Another asks, where will senior secondary school be domiciled? We have dealt with. Workers with disabilities are forced to renew exemption certificates every 5 years when their status does not change. I think that is valid. Another one has said, what are you going to do about mushrooming boarding schools, especially in Kisii, that have no facilities? Another one is asking, what is going to be the fate of P1 teachers after the transition? Last, another one asks, what will you do about the imposition of extravagant uniform expenditure on students by schools? Buy a long-sleeved sweater, a short-sleeved sweater, 2 pairs of shoes, 2 pairs of trousers, so many things, when in many family setups, children use one pair of clothes until they're exhausted because of lack of money. Now going to school, uniform is costing more than the fees.
And you have to buy from that school.
And then you are obligated to buy from a designated retailer. Those are the cartels we are telling you about. What will you do about that?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the rationalized budget, I agree that it's going to affect a lot of operations, so we will have to look inside and see where to cut inside the operations in areas where maybe it's not a priority, so that we can attend to the most important aspects in the ministry. Workers forced to renew every 5 years their certificates. That, I think, is a question that needs to be taken up with the organization that deals with this, the relevant ministry, so that we can work together and maybe have that particular requirement removed because the person's position does not change. The mushrooming boarding schools, this is a question of the registration requirements. It means there is a weakness there. We'll need to look at the quality assurance to ensure that the registration of the boarding schools meet the requirements of the ministry. P1 teachers, they'll have to be retooled and absorbed into the new program, so that they do not, because they are permanent and pensionable.
Let's end there. Let me now ask you a few questions. Do you hold any leadership in any political party?
No, Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
No, Chairman.
We received a memorandum. Unfortunately, I'm told it was not sent to you. You can respond to it and send an email to the Secretariat from one David Ogega Ochwangi.
Yes, they actually
you got it?
I got it, and I've filed a response.
You've responded?
Yes.
Okay.
I've sent it, so you could...
The clerk thought you had not received it. You've responded to it?
I rely on that response, yes.
Is it factual?
The response? No, it's not factual. I'm not the one who signed those documents. Mm-hmm. And I have documents from the committee confirming that position.
What is your net worth in terms of personal wealth?
I'm worth 790 million.
790 million?
Yes.
Made up in...
It's made up of largely land, and I've got tea, I've got trees, and vehicles, farm equipment, and of course the income from the law firm.
Okay. Thank you, Migos. We have also checked your documents submitted to the Secretariat and compared with what you had sent earlier, and we find them to be in order. You are consequently held. You are released to go.
I want to thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity, and honorable members. And I want to also thank the many Kenyans who sent me messages of goodwill. Thank you, and I hope I'll find favor with yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Yes. Peter Trop. Do you want to pass here? Yes. Do you need any health break? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes.
Deno, ukimaliza utasaidia. Oh ya. Deno. Ile koda inazima. Bolo.
Chakre kinde mosekalo nyaka e chuny ngima ma pile ka pile.
Tiprosa dawa iwacho neria marach kendi dwa hewe kendi riambo moingo dawi.
Wuoth kodwa sama wanono sigendni mabeyo mag gwengewa. Ng'e ber kod rach, mor kod kuyo ma ng'ato nyalo yudo e wuodh ngima.
Asai mama. Nasikwiri ni okan mama ukiche kilunga gi nyingno ero. Mama nyisi.
Riwri kodwa mondo wane sinema mabeyo ahinya ma owinjore wawinj kendo wamorgo.
Kendi ng'eno wono sipi mabeyo lakini nitie kuma kete mami.
Winam Cinema Jumapil saa 2:15 otieno kod saa 4 otieno. Kik bai.
Osekalo ndalo dekoro. To paramo tamre miyo babut mare mona tugo da bende. Ang'o momiyo ini yuage gik mathiso kamano? Ini paro ni mano gima tin.
Ere ng'amo ti kae kulwant?
Ine miti kae waya madoli.
Waya madoli OMR.
Bende ananyalo luongi kata ni mama kata mana waya madoli.
Tinda dikomanya na bango tena kirengaki.
Eseki.
Asenyenja sobu kimabwana eno wengenjo mano.
It's a love story like no other, where jealousy and pretense are obvious between Pragya and Suresh. We bring you Kumkum Bhagya in Kisii.
Wow.
Watch the drama unfold as Pragya is set to marry another man.
Muswati umdu arwo yakombua ani mambi no chote bumusani no yakombua nandi mambi ende no chote be amati ani nengia.
Watch this beautiful love story of Kumkum Bhagya in Kisii only on Viusasa. Dial *487*1# or visit viusasa.com to renew your subscription.
Wanchimbwa maiso ko mio yetamanya ini.
Wakelo ni chenro mar ohala kod lony gi dongruok mopogore opogore.
Ohand kinyosi nigi pesa kitimo gima dwarore.
Weche makende moa kuom jogo makelo lokruok e ngima dhano.
Ohala ber nikech ohala puonji managerial skills. Lek ma in go iriembe mineni gigo chopo.
Chakre gi jogo mane ochako ohala manyien.
Kalure gi kaka nachako gi kuma achope. Ohala ni en ohala maber.
Nyaka jotelo molony e timo ohala.
Akwa jodala wate odogi ohala.
Ne pek mane gikalie.
Pod waonge uhuru mar ohala.
Loch mane giyudo kod kinda mane gitimo e manyo gik mabeyo beyo.
Ka johala ok nyal chako project ka ionge gi market.
Tudri gi Cleophas Oluoch e ohala gi mwandu. Tich Ang'wen ka Tich Ang'wen chakre saa 1:45 otieno. Nyakwa Ramogi ne gin ji ma humbgi ne lach. Kane giloso, oganda ne chiko itgi. Bende kama ne gikalie, weche ne dong' matho.
Nuna nigo kot kamoro kachacha nogoy. Asa madwa wacho wache to go kot to jibiro tek.
Luero sort out dispute.
Kata kamano, oganda osepenjo ni gin kanye. To gitimo ang'o? To mosenindo, anyuola gi paro gi nade?
Igni mosekalo ne gin jok ma ideo, to kata mana sigand gi bende ne wuoro. Gisani awuok oko mar manyogi kata mana nyuola margi mondo wami mathoth kama gintiere to kod gino ma gitimo.
Riwri kod Walter Nyambaga ka okelo ni chenro mar gin kanye. Tich Ang'wen saa 3 otieno. Kik bai. Fweny ngima maber e wach Nyasaye kanyakla gi wende majiwo chuny ahinya e Injili ngima. Chieng' ngeso ka ngeso kochakore saa 2 okinyi e Ramogi TV, wamiyi sabato maler kendo mamalo moloyo kod wende mamoro chuny moa kuom jothum mihero kendo gi jokwath mapacho ka.
Nyasaye wuoyo kodi kendo wuoyo koda ni kik iluor gimoro nikech an kodi.
Sabato tutapumzika milele yote.
E Injili ngima ngeso ka ngeso chakre saa 2 okinyi e Ramogi TV.
Wazishikao amri za Mungu na ushuhuda wake.
Sigana ni medo minore gi weche mag miriambo kod miganga.
Meher kaul gil, ini biro timang'o? Kare.
To joma onge ketho ema hinyore ahinya.
Kuom higni 5 ne in kanye? Baba in bende ni wuonda kai.
Weche hera medo bedo matek kendo mapek.
Akwayi ni mondo in iwuog e odni sani. An naseche iko kaka Samaira gi Sara biro timo arus.
Kata kamano, joma oherore ok nyal pando heragino.
Andisora. Aber.
Avatar.
Ewi magi duto nyaka joot achiel chung kanyakla.
Ere kaka unyalo timo joma richo ka? An awinjo kan gi wich kuot mang'eny ahinya. Adwaro mondo temo kaka untie kae.
Choti Sardani. Wuok tich nyaka ngeso saa 2:15 otieno. Mana Ramogi TV.
Makelo dongruok mopogore opogore.
Don't speak on our issues as women. Let us be the one to speak.
Kaka gikete ratil, familia kod tijegi. Magitimo gisiso kod lony.
As the woman representative of Homa Bay County, this nation is hungry and there is no question about it.
Minegi nietelo. Gijiwo kendo gikelo lony mopogore opogore.
Mentorship en gimoro ma important kabisa. Mano konyo ji kendo miyo ji bet gi positive attitude.
Gimiyo lony margi kanyakla kod yudo duoko ne chandruoge duto magikale.
We want leaders to be fair to the nation.
To emine wacho sigand miyo kamiyo ogen.
Mine wacho ngeso ka ngeso kod jailieta. Gimawa en gima duong' moloyo.
Onego be ni wang'eyo kaka wadak, korka chiemo, exercise, nindo maber.
Wakelo ni achiel kachiel lakteche man gi lony mararieya e weche ngima dhano.
Kikwa discriminate ne joma nigi ndulume to tikwa pandgi.
Ng'eyo en teko. To kodok korka ngima mar del, bedo gi ng'eyo nyalo kelo lokruok maduong'.
Wacho ni kendo Ruth pile ni e penj laktar kaindi chiemo watiyo godo mondo wageng tuoche.
Wabiro wuoyo gi ji e yo mabiro mulo chunyi kendo miyo pachi yawre.
Obwongo gi del gin ga gigo motimre nade moriwore. Koro gimi pidho obwongo mari luwore gi gino mipidho dendi.
Riwri kod Ruth Otieno e penj laktar. Wuok tich nyaka tich abich saa 12 odhiambo mana Ramogi TV. Penj laktar. Ngima en mwandu.
Koru to rugi mage.
Weche manyien.
To chuny mbaka en nyiero, ywak kod muodo lak.
Matwak kod duond jopiny.
Nyakora Ramogi jong machiegni neno weche manyien.
Ma en rupiny kod mbaka oromo e Ramogi TV. Benga oken benga ka ukiluongo nying Dr. Osito Kale. E gwenge mag Mabenju e Asembo, Ramogi TV olimo jabenga marahuma Dr. Osito Kale mar Nabi King.
Kapo pod watugo kalongo kana winjo thumbo wuonwa ne biro ga giri thum gramophone.
Omiyo wasigande mopondo madibed ni ji ok ong'eyo maber.
Koro ka beti osetho, otieko higni 5. Anjeli bende otho.
Bende oketonwa e ler e wi jongolo manokalo e lwete.
Mokwongo tho mar Omondi atimone mos kabisa. Tho mare no ochalo ng'ama asewacho no chalo ng'ama olwer bath pada konchiel.
Tudri gi Solomon Atito Kafaya tich abishni e chenro mar ng'ejo thumbewa e Ramogi TV. Tugo koro eka iye ochacho.
Participate.
Ka gik moko medo mana fwenyore, to ngima bende medo bedo matek e boma maduong'.
Gimora mora ma Nyasaye omiya. Okawene jachien.
Yud mor e ngimani kokalo e gik matindo.
Onge ka mwaluoro bwana ochiel chunye no wakete pile wacha.
Nia nengi manyar kochia. Kod osiepene kachiel kod joodgi.
Kata let te jiere ya elak chogo.
Ok ginyal weyi ma ok inyiero.
Alokahero jomahero walo. Alokahero ng'at manyisa gik moko. Wenda.
Nyar kochia. Tich abich ka tich abich, saa 1:55 otieno. Mana e Ramogi TV. Ok wanyal rito mondo wadhi kodi e wuoth mopong' gi mo. Fweny sigendni mabeyo miwuoro. Tugo tuke
Honorable Soipan.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Is that from Shakespeare?
Yes. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
You're having the privilege of being vetted twice within 2 years. This is a committee of parliament that is going to assess your suitability for your reappointment to the docket of defense after dismissal. And the committee is chaired by yours truly, the Speaker. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss. My left is Sarah Kyoko, our Deputy Clerk. I'll invite the members who are your former colleagues to introduce themselves for the record. Starting with Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shogo.
Junet Mohammed, Suna East.
Nelson Rapkoech, Belgut.
Security Kosing, David.
David Gikaria, Nakuru Town East.
Mary.
Emase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, North Imenti, Meru County.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishimboko, Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Caleb Amisi, Saboti.
Stephen Mule, Matungulu.
Honorable members, we will now proceed. I should disclose that the nominee was my pupil in her early years in my law firm. I should have done so with Kindiki as well. But, pardon? Yes, I have bragging rights. We will administer an oath before we proceed. You may select to take the Bible or the Quran or affirm? Which one do you take? Bible. Hold it in your right hand and recite the oath.
I, Rosalinda Soipan-Tuya, do hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Rosalinda Tuya, we invite you, after signing the oath, to introduce yourself, name, your education background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you think you are suitable for the appointment to cabinet. In 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will start off by stating how privileged I am to be appearing before this committee in, mid-term through an otherwise 5-year term, which is what I perceived to be. But even more privileged that I come in another capacity as the nominee for the Ministry of Defense. For purposes of introduction, I am Rosalinda Soipan-Tuya, former member of Parliament. I pride myself to have served for 3 terms. 2 terms as at the National Assembly, and a very short 3rd term as a member of the Senate. In terms of education background, I'm a lawyer by training, having done my Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi. I have also acquired a diploma in law through the Advocates Training Program at the Kenya School of Law. And I have a Master of Laws in Sustainable International Development from the University of Washington in Seattle. I have had occasion to serve in various capacities at the private sector through development work. I have worked with the USAID. I have worked with the Kituo cha Sheria in advancing public interest litigation. I have also had occasion to serve as a member of the executive in the capacity of Cabinet Secretary in charge of environment, climate change, and forestry. Mr. Speaker, in terms of suitability for the position that I have been nominated to, the array of service that I have had occasion to be in, both in the public sector, the private sector, and in the civil service as a cabinet secretary, really posture me for this position as cabinet nominee for defense. Mr. Speaker, and my legal background and training, from my conception of the role ahead of me, it's largely a policy role in terms of analysis of policy, design of policy, and oversight of implementation of policy. And I believe that my role and experience in the 3 fields posture me well for the assignment ahead. The assignment ahead, should I be confirmed by this committee, again is largely a heavily constitutional office. You will find that the defense sector or the defense space and indeed national security really has the constitution and Parliament as the bedrock of operations of the role ahead of me. So in appreciating and thanking His Excellency the President, William Ruto, for nominating me for this position, I believe that I have the requisite experience and training for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll ask the Deputy Speaker to have the first shot at questioning you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can also make a confession that the nominee was my student at University of Nairobi. But that in no way will affect my judgment. Honorable Soipan, like you said, that the defense docket is highly regulated by law and rules and standing orders and military procedures. We have the Constitution and the Kenya Defense Forces Act, which establishes the position of Cabinet Secretary for Defense, who is then the principal advisor of the President on defense policy, while we have the Chief of Defense Forces, who advises the military on operational and administrative matters. So despite these two distinct roles, there's a potential that there can be an overlap. How do you intend to manage that relationship? Because that is probably the most difficult thing in the position. Thank you.
Soipan, and we expect concise and precise answers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of my role as CS for Defense, upon confirmation by this committee, I understand my role as being that of principal advisor to the President on matters of policy, also a heavy advisory role to Parliament on matters policy formulation, assessment of the capabilities of the Kenya Defense Forces, and any attendant action to ensure maximization of our capability. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the distinction between, I have no military background, and the Ministry of Defense has both a uniformed unit and a civilian unit. My role upon confirmation again will be chair of the Defense Council, the composition of which consists of the Chief of the Defense Forces, the CDF, and the service commanders. I am a team player by design and by practice. I am also very consultative in my leadership philosophy, and this is a skill set that I will have to employ heavily in terms of the need to understand the operational and administrative role of the uniformed side of the ministry for complementarity, but also to give me a competitive edge in terms of bringing my expertise from the civilian aspect, borrowing and learning from the uniformed aspect, so that my advisory role on policy is going to be rich and sufficient to advise the Commander-in-Chief as well as my interaction with Parliament. So I am confident that I will bring a team spirit to the ministry, and particularly at the level of the Defense Council, which is where I will be interacting with the service commanders. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, being one among the lucky 10 or so who were reappointed after the dismissal, what would you tell us would be at least one of your key achievements as Minister for Environment and Climate Change before the dismissal? And also Kenya having hosted the African Climate Change Summit last year, and being one of the principal proponents of carbon markets trading. And that responsibility was in your office as Cabinet Secretary to enter into either multilateral or bilateral trading agreements for carbon credits. What would you say were your major achievements in that space in terms of trading carbon credits to be able to generate resources for our country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My role as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry was one of them, beside being the overall leadership on policy matters in the ministry. The environment and climate change sector is one that is cross-cutting across many sectors, but also at the various two levels of government, both national and county governments. I pride myself in successfully coordinating the various players in the environment and climate change sector, to the extent that Honorable Majority Leader, the success of the Africa Climate Summit, for example, was really a global event that brought the world to Nairobi and required a lot of heavy coordination. My other key priority as a CS Ministry of Environment was our ecosystem restoration program, the 15 billion tree growing program, which again, I believe I attained a significant amount of success in rallying the country to appreciate, right from individual Kenyan levels to ministries, departments and agencies and the various levels of players, to come together and rally around ecosystem restoration as a critical component of our climate action. The Africa Climate Summit was a success by all design, in that Kenya did a heavy lifting of a job in spotlighting the potential for Africa to become a very critical solution provider for the climate action, the globe over, and dispelling the prevailing portraying of Africa as a victim, as the underdog in terms of the area of climate action, and posturing Africa, Kenya, as part of a critical solution provider. In the issue of carbon markets, Honorable Speaker, again, it's a mark of success for me. Kenya is touted as the top leader in carbon trading in the region of Africa. But in terms of the transparency of it, how much it impacts the lives of everyday Kenyans, and how much of that profiling of Kenya as top in the carbon markets contributes to the GDP of the country was really not there. And what I did immediately I came into the ministry was focus on formulating a legal framework through amendment of the Climate Change Act to bring transparency, accountability, and bring out the issue of benefit sharing for communities around the carbon markets. And it is instructive to note that carbon trading is a very nascent space over the globe now as a form of innovative climate financing. And just immediately before I left the ministry, we had already set up structures ready for full implementation of the new legal framework around carbon trading. And I believe it's going to be of benefit to Kenyans. It's going to be of benefit to investors in the form of project proponents, and most importantly, to communities. Thank you.
Minority Leader, you skip? Yes, Nelson.
As the chairman of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, I'll be directly oversighting you, Madam Soipan. In my two-term stint,
if confirmed.
If confirmed, I was going there. You guys are interrupting my apologies. If confirmed, My 2 stints in Parliament has allowed me to see 4 generals, both as just a member of Defense Committee and now as a chairman, and 3 cabinet secretaries. And the biggest issue, Madam Soipan, Honorable Soipan, has been the lack of appreciation from the civilian side of the military units and formation. They feel that the civilian side is overreaching and sometimes overbearing. They want to, by the time someone becomes a general, it takes about 35 years of hard work and merit. Every step in the military is merited. And sometimes because of our, short stints in the portfolios that we get, they have a feeling that sometimes the cabinet secretaries or the civilian side are overreaching. What do you think you will do differently, Honorable Soipan?
Hold will take Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Soipan, in your previous docket at the Ministry of Environment, you are at the forefront and very instrumental in the national tree growing campaigns. Kenyans and many of us were concerned about the amount invested in the various government officials, such as cabinet secretaries who traversed the country in choppers to participate in tree planting drive. While these exercises could have been conducted by the governors and the counties and our members of parliament and the people at the community level. Now that Kenyans are very keen on austerity measures, what will you make sure, what will you do? And you first tell us what was the justification, or what did you have in mind as a cabinet secretary to see all those resources spent on choppers to go and plant trees? The second question is the issue of deployment of KDF in our homeland. We saw recently how KDF was deployed in inland or homeland without it being passed in Parliament. And we did it the next day hurriedly, even without members of Parliament deliberating on that matter. I would like to get your view on this. And also deployment of KDF in parts of North Rift, parts of our country. And the true feeling on the ground is that they do not respond fast when they are needed. They say they have to wait for orders. And the questions the civilians and the communities are asking, then why are you there in the first place if you cannot be the first respondents when something happens, when the bandits attack, and you have to wait for orders from somewhere else? And Chairman, the last question is that there are projects which were done by KDF in the last administration. Some are complete, but payment has not been done. Will the payment, do you think there should be continuity in government projects while others are incomplete, but 2 years down the line they have not been embarked on? Do you think continuity should be there, because there should be value for money?
You can respond to those two.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question by the Honorable Nelson Koech on the probability of my overreaching my mandate from the civilian side and infringing on the uniformed side of the ministry, I can give assurance to all the players in the Ministry of Defense that upon my confirmation as CS Defense, that as I had said earlier, I'm very heavy on team playing. I'm also a fast learner, Honorable Koech, and I'll have a lot of learning to do in terms of the military operations, the administration. And in order for me to effectively exercise my overall oversight, the overall policy direction and advisory, I will need to critically understand those operations without infringing or interfering with those very distinct roles of the uniformed units of the ministry. That I can give assurance. I'm also very, very consultative in my leadership style. Honorable Naisola, the issue of tree growing in choppers by cabinet secretaries. My main role as CS for environment in the tree growing activity was really coordinatory. And you will appreciate, Honorable Naisola, that the nature of the ecosystem restoration program is that it has to have everybody on board, from individual Kenyans, private sector, and all government agencies. So it cannot be the preserve of even the Ministry of Environment, and that is why we were very heavy on the whole of government and whole of society approach to the tree growing program. In the coordinatory role of when I was CS Environment, we did not make any provision for transport or logistics arrangements for cabinet secretaries when they were exercising their, when they were doing their ministerial activities around tree growing. So any cabinet secretary who traveled by chopper, by road, really it was outside of my mandate and scope, and therefore I cannot speak to that. The only thing I can say is that during the second national tree growing program, and having noted a number of concerns raised by Kenyans around the heavy presence of helicopters and heavy spending around tree growing, again we addressed that at cabinet level, and making sure that the exercise was again very grassroots centered. The coordination by the Kenya Forest Service and other entities at the community or the grassroots level, or at the forestation levels. And therefore, in terms of resources, I had no mandate to resource anybody to go out and plant trees. Actually, my role was only coordinatory. In terms of the second question, Honorable Lesuda, on deployment of KDF, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for Kenyans to understand the core mandate of the KDF, and one of which is the defense and protection of the territorial integrity of the country, as well as the country's sovereignty. The other two key functions of KDF revolve around internal deployment, and it comes in two forms. This is a constitutional mandate of KDF on one facet, and this is should be Article 241(3)(b) of the Constitution, where KDF can come in to assist and cooperate with other agencies in instances of emergency and disaster. An example of which is the deployment of KDF to assist during the flooding situation, where we lost a lot of lives in Mai Mahiu. In that instance, deployment happens, and then a report is made to Parliament. And it is also important to note that under that particular deployment of assisting and cooperating with other agencies, the KDF is not the front line. The front line is these other agencies, and it is the case with the northern Kenya deployment. So these other agencies are the front line, and KDF comes in to assist and cooperate. The other very important facet of deployment is Article 241(3)(c). And Mr. Speaker, this is the aspect of deployment which cannot happen without the authority of Parliament. And this is the deployment of the KDF forces to keep peace in instances of instability in the country. And that cannot happen without the express approval of Parliament. And in that instance, the KDF take the front line in terms of operations. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the deployment that happened during the recent unrest. The deployment happened around the assistance and cooperation with other agencies. So it is not the 241(3)(c) where KDF takes the front line. And what happened is that the CS then did the deployment via gazette notice for KDF to assist the National Police Service. And the following day came before Parliament to seek authority for 241(3)(c). But the 241(3)(c) was never effected. The only effect was done on 241(3)(b) on assistance. And the reason why, in my thinking, that the deployment under 241(3)(c) never happened is because upon the court case, which I believe is still live, and I will not speak to the merits or demerits of the case, is that the court then mandated the government to expand on the scope, the nature, and the duration of the deployment, and that was done through a subsequent Gazette notice, which then gave a broader definition of the deployment across the country and until the unrest situation is addressed. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, there's one more question, but allow me also to say that all the operations of KDF, and indeed under the principles of national security is subject to the Constitution. National security is subject to the authority of Parliament. And I will, upon confirmation, be very keen to focus on the need to strictly adhere to the constitutional provisions with regard to deployment. Honorable Lesuda, with regard to the slow nature of movement by KDF, of course, I have not had occasion to listen and hear out that part of the complaint, but I would imagine it is because they are not the front line. The front line is the National Police Service. In terms of projects by KDF that are incomplete, the value for money issue, I can only say that I will defer a comprehensive response to this question. And also given that one of my mandates as CS upon confirmation is to assess and oversee the implementation of projects to ensure efficiency and proper utilization of funds, and with a close working relationship with the line committee of Parliament, these are issues that I should be able to address upon confirmation. Thank you.
Thank
you, Honorable Speaker. To begin with, Honorable Speaker, and to the nominee, is an information that if you are confirmed, Honorable Soipan, if the committee sees it fit and Parliament.
Hold on. Soipan, the clerk wants your documents so that they can be able to check against what you send to us as we go on with the questions. If you can provide that, thank you. Go on, Posing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, Honorable Soipan, I was saying, one is this North Rift conflict, which of course KDF were brought in accordance with the law. And of course you might remember, or in the discussion, West Pokot was the epicenter of all these issues for completely wrong reason. However, I wanted to remind you, if you are confirmed, that there are some few things which are going on. And I hope when you come in that you don't forget, so I want to give it for your list. There are projects which were to be done. And absence of war, Honorable Soipan, through Honorable Speaker, is not necessarily peace. So maybe people in North Rift are waiting for those government interventions, right? And if they don't, I don't know what they're going to say. So there are two places which the government had not or have not completed deploying KDF. One is a place called Sokoto, and another one is called Kamele. This is epicenter of conflict in North Rift. I want you to note. 3 is opening of schools in all those areas. Can you imagine, as I talk to you, Honorable Speaker, there is a division called Second Division in North Rift, which has more than 6 schools where students don't go. You know, because nobody can go there because of insecurity. One of our agreement with the leadership at that particular time that those schools were open and be done by KDF. That spans all the way from Tiati, West Pokot, and something like that. So Honorable Speaker, through you, I want the Honorable nominee to note that should she be approved by Parliament to take over. The question there, therefore, is, Honorable Soipan, This recruitment of KDF has been bringing a lot of problems in the public at that local level in terms of corruption. And it's almost becoming an official thing where a parent with a child going for recruitment comes to someone else and asks for money. Can you imagine? Money to be used to pay people in KDF. And its average is between 600 and 1 million. Imagine. You know, it's terrible. It's terrible. And you know, locally, and particularly for us pastoralists, being employed in the army is almost like going to heaven. You know, it is the best job, actually, from where I come from. It's actually the best job. So people spend a lot of money. So what will you do now? That is a question. You don't need to respond to the earlier one. The question will be, what will you do in this department that is said people buying jobs, people selling, and it is true, 100%. People sell land to pay 600,000 to 1 million. What will you do, Madam Soipan, that there is nobody to pay to be recruited as a KDF? Thank you, Speaker.
Vicaria, you'll pass. Emase, you'll pass.
Chairman, I just want to add on to what Honorable Kosing has said. And besides parting with money, even those recruits who are successful on reporting to training camps, a number of them are dismissed on flimsy reasons. It happened last year, and our constituents came to us. Our efforts to reach the CS were in vain. So we really want to know, because Kenyans are suffering. Again, I want to reiterate that recruitment into KDF